Councilmember Martinez Bravo.
Here.
Councilmember Tennyson.
Here.
Councilmember Kildy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tremblay.
Here.
And Mayor Santangelo.
Here. Thank you. The reason for meeting now is to go into closed session, so I'll ask the city attorney to read the closed session item.
Yes,
Items.
thank you, Mayor and Council. We have two items under anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, as well as one item related to conference with labor negotiations. And if there is any reportable action, I will report that out at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are recessed to closed session.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Would Councilmember Tennyson please lead us in the flag salute?
I'd be happy to. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And are there any amendments to the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we will move to general public comments to address the library board specifically. Are there any comments to address the library board? All right. Seeing none, we will move to the consent calendar. Can we get a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Okay, please vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. We will now move to the discussion items. Is there a staff report? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. I want to talk to you about a new service that we have called, it's a little show and tell, Book Club in a Bag. And it's exactly what you think. It's book club inside a bag. So each bag contains 8 copies of a book, and we have new and popular titles. It includes a discussion guide for the group leader, the author biography, and read-alikes. It also contains discussion questions, and it has new and popular titles. Things that are recommended by Reese Witherspoon Book Club or Oprah's Book Club are included. So far, the library has 12 different book titles, and patrons can request these on our website, and we hope to expand later this year with the titles. I do want to note that the funding for this service has been generously provided by the Friends of the Camarillo Library. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you so much. Okay, we will now move to oral communications. Are there any oral communications from board members? Okay. The only thing that I will add is I kindly asked staff to include some of the library's events on our council calendar, so you may be seeing some of those on there. All right, now we may move to adjourn this meeting since there is no additional business.
All right, I'd like to call the Camarillo Sanitary District regular board meeting for March 22nd to order, please. And let the record reflect that all the directors are in attendance. Got the approval of the agenda and public comments. This is public comments for the Cam San District only tonight. Seeing nobody make a mad dash, let's get down to the consent items. There are 2 items, A and B.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Without further discussion, please vote. I believe that's unanimous. Discussion, oral communication for this Camarillo Sanitary District. With any oral communication tonight? Hearing none, we stand adjourned.
I will turn on my mic and I will reconvene this meeting, the Camarillo City Council. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Are there any changes to the agenda? I have a change. I am going to, we're going to move the oral communications to after presentations. We have 3 presentations tonight. If that's okay with everybody else? Okay. That brings us down to the consent agenda.
I'm confused, sorry. You
Are-
wanted.
Are you going to presentations or are you going to
I'm
consent?
sorry, no, thank you very much. Going to presentations.
Okay.
So the first presentation is the Wings Over Camarillo. Do we have representatives? There we are.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members and staff. The Wings Over Camarillo is sponsored by the Camarillo Wings Association, and we are very happy to have the support and care and feeding from the City of Camarillo. It's been a much stronger liaison between the city and the air show in the last 4 or 5 years, and we really appreciate it. The air show from last year was 20 and 21 August. We had over 20,000 people in attendance. All of our support are done by 501c3s, and we had probably how many organizations? Maybe 20. And out of that, we have donated $130,000 to those 501c3s that supported this year's air show. So that was just, it was a very spectacular, successful year. What we would like to do now is present the city with an appreciation plaque from the air show showing visible proof of our enjoyment of your support. So, John is our president, Chris is our vice president of the board. So for the presentation, City of Camarillo, an appreciation for your outstanding dedication and support for the 2022 Camarillo Air Show. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. I won't say much. I won't say much, but I will say thank you for this recognition. But we partner with you, and we look towards, I know that I look forward to the air show. So keep at it, because it's a wonderful event for our community and for the airport in our community.
One little small political thing. This last weekend was the Point McGill Air Show. And this isn't whining or bragging or anything, but what they ended up doing is they took a part of the Camarillo Air Show and put a jet team from the Air Force on the front and a Navy team, the Blue Angels, on the back, and that was the air show. So it was a little funny because most of the performers were all the ones that'll have been and will be at the Camarillo Air Show.
Well, I know many of us look forward to the Camarillo Air Show as well.
Bigger and better this year.
We look forward to it. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Mayor.
Our second presentation is for Stephen Cruz for his years of service and retirement. Is Stephen here? Come on up. So, this is Stephen Cruz. He has been working here since he was 19 years old. A committed employee, landscape inspector who has always wanted to provide the best level of service he could for the citizens of Camarillo. He's knowledgeable, conscientious, and thorough. He would always do what is necessary to assure the landscaping looked great. He was an instrumental member of a team that was ahead of the curve in changing much of the city's outdated irrigation system to drip irrigation, and more recently led in efforts to plant more drought-tolerant, zone-appropriate, and water-efficient landscaping material. A fine example of that is our own City Hall and Carmen Drive street median. He was also a very supportive coworker and worked closely with all departments, divisions, and other agencies, regulator authorities, landscape contractors, engineers, and architects. He is well respected within the industry he has worked and organizations he chose to be part of, including the Maintenance Superintendents Association and the Cattlemen Association. He carried certifications as a backflow tester and professional applicator. He will be sorely missed and his shoes will be difficult to fill, but his influence, efforts, and work will be appreciated long after he has retired, and we wish him in his new exciting phase of his and his family's life.
Just want to thank the city council and city staff. I think I've been through 5 city managers, maybe 6, 7 directors, and it's been a good run, 35 years. I was 19 years old when I started, so I got to see the city grow and see things change. And Cameron's always been one of the cleanest cities in all Ventura County. I think you guys can all attest to that. And it has to do with the Public Works Department and also with the City Council providing the funds to be able to maintain the city like we do. So, again, just want to thank you guys all, and off to a new chapter.
Thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues want to say a few words?
I'd like to say a few words about Stephen, if I may. Stephen, I've known you for an awful long time. I've had the distinct pleasure of being up here and being part of retirement for several of our city employees, but there's not too many 35-year city employees, so that's a great distinction for you, Stephen. And I have nothing but accolades for you and your staff and the work that you've done over these 35 years from where Camarillo was. And we always pride ourselves on our streets and various issues. You start talking to other people around different areas, and it kind of always comes back to Camarillo and what a great job that we do. We're not perfect by any stretch of imagination, but we really try. And Stephen, you're a big reason for this, along with your staff too. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank all your family members for sharing you with us all these years here. And hopefully we gave you as much as you gave us. And it's been a pleasure to work with you, Stephen. I wish you nothing but success in the future. And I know that whatever you decide to do, you're going to carry on that rich tradition that you provide in our city. So again, thank you. And please thank your family members and your friends for sharing you with us these years.
Okay, and our final presentation will be by our commander, Eric Tennyson, who's on his way up. He's going to be presenting the uniform crime statistics.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to take a little of your time tonight to talk about crime as it relates to last year. During this presentation, I will be looking specifically at crime from 2022, but also be doing some comparisons back to 2021 and even a little bit further back to provide you all with a little historical context as to what crime has looked like in Camarillo over the years. When we talk about crime, we talk about how it's measured, and here in California, all over the country still, it's measured in uniform crime reports. It's how the FBI maintains consistent statistics from all the law enforcement agencies around the country. Our uniform crime reporting is divided up into two different categories. We have violent offenses and property offenses. Both of those make up Part 1 crimes. Violent offenses include murder, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault. Property crimes are things like burglary, thefts, motor vehicle thefts. There's several others that we'll talk about as we make our way through. One thing to note is that we are all going to be transitioning over to a new reporting system. It's called NIBRS, National Incident Based Reporting System. That's going to be replacing the UCRs. Some agencies have already gone over to NIBRS. We're in the process of it, and by this time next year, I would expect that we will be reporting NIBRS crimes to you. And when that time comes, we'll explain the differences and so you all aren't caught off guard. Crime rates, as you know from prior presentations, are affected by many different factors, including social trends, economic trends, legislative changes. We underwent a big change in crime trends during COVID-19. It had a big effect on the way people live their lives, and it similarly had an effect on crime in our city. Here in Camarillo, we've got measurements and data back to 1991. Our crime has fluctuated from a high of 28.7 crimes per 1,000 residents to just 13.55 per 1,000 residents this year. And I'll show you with a graph on the next slide or a couple slides down, that historical trend has been a downward trend in Camarillo since 1991. In 2022, I mentioned Part 1 crimes, which is violent and property. We had 951 Part 1 crimes reported to us, which is an increase of 56 crimes over 2021. That's a 6% increase. And as you can see from the next bullet point, all of that increase came by way of property crimes. Violent crimes, we maintained our record low. We set a record low in Camarillo's history last year at 0.54 crimes per 1,000, and we maintained that exact same crime rate this year. And I would like to point out when we get to the slide on that, that we actually came in a little bit lower, but for technical reasons, we have the same crime rate. Property crime was up again 6% to 13.01 crimes in 2022. We had about 17,700 calls for service here in Camarillo last year. That's a significant amount of calls for our deputies, and it's a lot of work for our deputies, and that doesn't even include the public service that they do, the traffic stops that they initiate on their own. So your deputies are out there and they're earning their pay, they're keeping busy, and they're working hard to keep our cities very safe. Our deputies made 2,581 arrests this last year, which is actually quite a significant downturn from 2021. It's a 15% decrease of our number of 3,000 back in 2021. And we've actually seen a year-over-year decrease, 2 consecutive reports now. So we were down in 2021 from 2020 as well. I talked about providing you with a historical perspective of crime. So this is a little bit hard to see in here, but that's a chart that shows from 1991 to current. So you can see we're up in the high 20s for our, I'm sorry, this is violent crime. We're up over 3 back in the early 90s, and we've now continued our downward trend to 0.54 crimes per 1,000 residents, which is something that we're really pleased about here in Camarillo. Property crime rate, that's been up over 30 before. And again, we've seen a downturn, but we are now at back-to-back slight increases in crime. And we'll talk about some of the reasons behind those increases as we move through this presentation. But we're at 13.01 this year. So I'll break it down now, 21 versus 2022 in Part 1 violent offenses. The one thing I mentioned just a minute ago was that while our crime rate, we had the exact same number of crimes in 2022 that we did in 21. You see on the chart, it's a little difficult, but it shows that we had 2 homicides last year. We actually only had 1 homicide that occurred last year. That was a tragic incident between the mother and son at the apartment on the west end of town. But we had a shooting back in 2008. We had an attempt murder back in 2008 down off of Berry Street. And the person who was the victim of that attempt murder lived for many, many years, and he passed away last year. And the cause of his death was from the shooting, and so that's been ruled a homicide. So that's actually a 2008 shooting that, because he passed away this year, that number will be reflected on our uniform crime report for this year. So we actually came in at 37 compared to 38. One thing that's notable is we only had 1 rape last year, which is the second lowest we've ever had. We had 0 one year back in the mid-90s. And so we were already low on that, which is a really good thing, but we only had 1 this year, which we like seeing that number low. We'd like that to be 0, of course, but 1 is really good as well. So same amount of robberies, 13 to 13, and we had 3 more aggravated assaults at 22 aggravated assaults, which again is 38 total violent offenses last year. Property offenses is where we make up our increases in property crime. We had some successes. Residential burglaries are the lowest we've seen in many, many years. Commercial burglary is significantly lower. But the 2 areas that we see that we went up are grand theft, petty theft, I said 2 areas, 3 areas, and stolen vehicles. The grand theft and petty thefts went up fairly significantly. We went up from 347 grand thefts to 392. We went from 369 petty thefts to 387, so a 19 crime increase. But interestingly, we went from 45 stolen vehicles up to 60, and I'll talk about that in the next couple of slides. So the main increases, if the clicker will work, come by way of catalytic converter thefts and stolen vehicles, and this is deja vu. I stood up here a year ago and talked about the exact same thing related to catalytic converter thefts. Last year, we saw a very significant increase here in Camarillo, which was a trend that's actually occurring throughout the country. We saw, from 2020, we saw a very significant increase. We went from 64 to 139 last year. This year, we went from 139 to 163. So the rate of increase has slowed, but it's still significant and makes up a large portion of our increase in crime. We've worked on numerous strategies to try and combat the catalytic converter thefts. Some of those appear here. About 2 years ago, we did the Etch and Catch program where we work with several local businesses to etch spray paint with a high temp spray paint on the bottom and etch a license plate into catalytic converter theft with the hopes that it would deter criminals from stealing. I will tell you, we've had some mixed success. We have actually had people who had their catalytic converters etched who subsequently got their catalytic converters stolen. So the people who are committing these crimes, they go in under the cover of darkness. It takes them from 30 to 90 seconds to steal a catalytic converter, and then they're off to take it to a unscrupulous metal recycler, almost always down in the LA County area. We caught a number of catalytic converter thief crews in Camarillo and throughout our contract cities in Ventura County last year. We're finding that these are not just low-level thieves who want to come steal from your cars. We found gang members who have significant violent histories who come up in crews of gangs from Los Angeles to commit these thefts because there's a lot of money in committing these thefts. So there's also anti-theft devices that can be placed on the bottom of cars. You know, they're expensive, but when you consider the cost of replacing a catalytic converter catalytic converter, which can run you from $2,000 to $4,000 depending upon your vehicle, the $150 to $200 you'll pay for an anti-theft device seems reasonable. So most of the maintenance shops around here, if you buy one, will install that for you. The Etch and Catch ones most certainly will partner to install that for you, and that's probably the best deterrent because if you try to steal it, you're going to make a lot of noise and it's going to take you a lot of time. And these thieves operate by maintaining a low profile and not being caught. The other thing that's going to benefit us this year is legislation that was passed by the state of California that imposes significant requirements on metal recyclers who are buying catalytic converters. It requires them to buy from a person who has documentation that connects that catalytic converter to the vehicle that it came from, and they have to be registered. And so, unfortunately, most of the metal recyclers are down in Los Angeles, which is outside of our jurisdiction. So what we are hoping to do, what we're planning to do, is to work with Los Angeles area law enforcement agencies to do some operations down with those metal recyclers to ensure that they are, in fact, following the new legislation. You know, anecdotally, well, not anecdotally, the data shows up in Canada they implemented some significant legislation similar to ours, and they saw very sharp decreases in the number of catalytic converter thefts that were stolen after Royal Canadian Mounted Police started doing enforcement operations and sting operations at the metal recycling shops. So we think that's going to be a good way for us to have an impact on the demand, to curb the demand for catalytic converter thefts, which then obviously we hope will trickle back down to the thieves. Stolen vehicles is another one that was up this year. And we noted a couple of really interesting trends in stolen vehicles. The most popular stolen vehicles, you know, in years past you hear about Toyota Camrys and Honda Accords. For decades, those have been the most popular vehicles. In Camarillo last year, the two most popular vehicles stolen were the Chevy Silverado and the Ford F-150. Now, what we found is that they're not stealing them for the vehicle. They're stealing them, taking them a few miles away, cutting off the catalytic converter thefts, and dumping the vehicles and leaving with the catalytic converters. So this is a trend that we've seen throughout Ventura County where these pickups, these older model pickups, in particular early 2000s pickups, there's something about the catalytic converter that makes them more valuable, and so they're stealing the vehicles just to cut off the catalytic converter thefts. Other interesting things, you know, we talk about crime prevention a lot, trying to get message out to our community, and so I think this is as good of a forum as any to do that. We use social media a lot, but we hope there's people paying attention. Of all of our vehicles stolen in Camarillo, which were 60 last year, 53% had keys or key fobs left in or around the vehicle on a tire, under a bumper, or something like that. These are crimes of opportunity that we as a community can prevent by taking some really simple precautions. Take your keys out of your car, don't leave the spare key hidden on your car, don't leave a key fob hidden on your car. In the 60 stolen vehicles that were reported to us, we made 26 arrests in these. We're working on some strategies to combat this. The CHP runs a stolen vehicle task force. The sheriff's office will be committing a body to that stolen vehicle task force, which will in turn get us work done in our contract cities on identifying those folks who are involved in stealing vehicles, trying to target them and get them into custody so we can prevent them from being out and about and able to steal vehicles in the first place. We also share information with our neighbors regularly. The moment we have a stolen vehicle that is reported to us, we enter that into a hot list of sorts, and so that the license plate readers that we have on our patrol cars, the license plate readers that many other agencies have on their patrol cars, if they drive by that car and it's been reported to us, that vehicle goes on a hot list, and the moment it drives by a car, a message pops up on a deputy or another officer's screen in their car and says, that vehicle that just passed you was stolen, go get it. And so sharing information is really key for us. We do that through our Advanced Real-Time Information Center down in our dispatch center. I mentioned utilizing technology with like ALPRs, which is how we do that. And then we also use our crime analysis unit. They're fantastic about uncovering trends for us and helping us put cops on dots. So we look for areas that might be experiencing high numbers of these thefts during certain times of the day or during certain days of the weeks. And we try and put our police officers out there, change our resources, change our deployment strategies, and put cops where these are occurring to help deter those thefts. I often get asked about the impacts of the Camarillo premium outlets, and so I include that in every presentation that I do. In 2022, the premium outlets experienced a total of 158 crimes. 154 of those were theft crimes. We had 2 cars that were stolen and 2 commercial burglaries out of there. So I told you that we had about 13.01 crimes per 1,000 residents here. That number of crimes out there at the outlets is 2.25 of those 13 crimes per 1,000. We are up a bit from last year. Last year we had 129 crimes, which was about 1.84 of our property crimes per 1,000 people. So most of those thefts that we're seeing out there are thefts from people who are outside of the city of Camarillo. I will tell you the top 18 arrests, and I'm talking about people who were arrested more than one time at the outlets. Of the top 18 people, 16 of them were from out of the city, some were from out of the county, and some were from out of the country. And so we have a lot of people, I've talked about it before, Camarillo premium outlets are a great destination for people to come to shop. They're also a great destination for crooks to come and do what they like to do as well. And so it makes it a little difficult when we have so many people coming from out of town, because when we know who we're looking for, we know the people who are repeatedly committing crimes, it's a little bit easier when they're local because we have a better chance of knowing who they are and intercepting them before they come in and commit crimes. This one makes it a little bit more difficult, but it doesn't stop us from trying. I'd like to move over to our traffic in our city this year. We had some increases in traffic collisions that are causing us to change our deployment strategies just a little bit. We had 2 fatalities in Camarillo this year. We had 1 last year. We had a fairly significant increase, 23% increase in injury accidents. We had a 12% increase in non-injury accidents. DUI collisions were relatively flat. We had 1 different. But what I do like to see is, even though it's a small amount, that our DUI arrests are up. We are putting deputies out as often as we can to do saturation for DUIs. They're only up 3%, only 6 more arrests, but I'll tell you, it means a little something more here to our deputies in Camarillo. Many of you may remember in 2014, one of our deputies who was working patrol was struck and killed by a drunk driver. So it means a little something more to our Camarillo station and to our Camarillo deputies to make that DUI arrest, to get these folks off the streets, because they truly are a menace to our streets and a danger. And so we work really hard in doing DUI enforcement. The numbers that the increases that we see here are concerning. I will tell you, one of the issues we had last year, as you know, we have 2 motorcycle officers in Camarillo. For over 6 months last year, neither of those motorcycle officers were here working motorcycle enforcement because they were injured. And so that makes a big difference in folks who are out there able to, as I said before, put cops on dots. We know where the collisions are occurring. We know what the collision factors are, and that's how we do deployment. We send deputies out armed with that information and specifically looking to make traffic stops and write hazardous violations for those violations that are causing our traffic accidents. And when we're down 2 of our motors, which they are the most versatile deputy sheriff we have out here in terms of placing themselves in the right positions to see hazardous violations and write tickets. So I'm happy to say that one of them just came back about a month ago, and the other one will be back here within the next couple of months. So we're still going to be without them a little bit this year, but they're both, one of them's back and one of them's well on his way to being back. So that's a good thing. The other thing that that was a little concerning for me this year is response times. And the response times for us are measured from the moment our dispatch receives a call to the moment a deputy gets on scene. And our goal is always to be in the mid-6, 6.5, 6.75 minute response time to priority calls. These are calls where there's some sort of an emergency, where there's a physical attack or a threat of a physical attack or a fight between people, when we want deputies there. And so our number this year was up to 7.11 from 6.87 last year. A lot of that comes because we have had, like so many other employers around the country, and specifically with law enforcement, we have had some severe issues with staffing. And we had, back at COVID, I talked about trends that affect crimes. Well, COVID affected us in terms of hiring. It impacted us heavily. We had to cancel an academy class and delay another academy class, and we have not been able to catch up from that. Add to that, some of the civil unrest that happened around the country, and I'm sure most aren't shocked to know that there's not a lot of people who want to be cops right now. And so we are still having persistent issues with staffing. So we have to shuffle around our resources a lot here to fill the needs of the city. And so we've had some staffing issues that affect the number of police cars we have out on the street. Again, like I just explained about our motor officers, when they're out on the street, that's 2 more cops who can get through traffic very quickly, who can get from A to B very quickly if they need to. They were gone for a big chunk of last year, and that has an impact on response times. There's other things. We're working to lower that back down to that mid-6s, but there's other factors that go into that. As Mayor Santangelo can attest probably more than anyone, we have some significant regulation in our jails that are causing our bookings to take much longer than they used to. So when you're making 2,500 arrests and you take a deputy off the street to transport somebody down to our booking, and processes get lengthened because regulations in our custody environment get more and more and more, it takes our deputies off the street for a longer period of time. So we're going to be dealing with that as we move forward. That's something that's fairly new in the last couple of months, but as we work to reduce these call response times, that's going to be another factor that is going to be working against us. But we're going to keep working hard to get those numbers back down, because what we know is that when you live in Camarillo and you call for a cop, you want a cop to get there pretty quick, and we want to get there pretty quick as well. I'd also like to talk for a minute about overdose deaths. We had 278 overdose deaths last year throughout the whole county, which is a positive note. That's a 4% decrease over 2021. The problem from that is, and the not so good side of that data is that fentanyl deaths increased and opioid deaths increased last year, 8 and 10% respectively. So we hear about and we see that fentanyl is in our community, that it's increasing in our community. We know because our deputies are now carrying Narcan, and we're administering Narcan between us and fire. We're administering Narcan fairly regularly in our town for overdoses. This just talks about overdose deaths. We have a lot of overdoses, the majority that don't result in death. And a lot of that is because of the Narcan that our deputies have been carrying with them for the last couple of years, and that fire department has with them. Narcan is issued to family members of addicts by some of the agencies in Ventura County as well. So we're doing what we can to reduce the deaths from it, but we also have to work to reduce the supply of fentanyl in our communities. And so the question is, how are we doing that? Well, we really work hard to utilize the intelligence-led policing model in Camarillo, which is to build relationships in the community with everybody in the community to develop information that's going to help us identify folks who are doing this. And when we build those relationships that leads to information, we work with units from within the sheriff's office to go out and combat this, to identify drug dealers, to arrest them, put them in jail and keep them locked up. And so we work a lot with our sheriff's narcotics unit on identifying, investigating, and enforcing to try and reduce the supply of fentanyl and other drugs. So as I wrap up, looking ahead to what I think we're going to be seeing for the remainder of this year, I mentioned the legislation on catalytic converter thefts. I think that's going to be a really positive impact here in Camarillo, as long as we get enforcement operations that are being done by law enforcement agencies. We have some metal recyclers in Ventura County, but they generally don't take in scrap metal like catalytic converter thefts. And so the enforcement largely is not going to be our responsibility. It's going to be the responsibility of our neighbors to the south, which we will work to partner with them on doing operations down there, because, there's a lot of things, and I don't want to, I've talked about people coming here to commit crimes from Los Angeles. I don't want to blame them for all of our problems. That's certainly not what I'm looking to do, but we go where the data drives us, and right now that's where the data is driving us, so we also have to go there from an enforcement perspective and work with them as well. We have also seen an uptick in crimes out at the outlet mall. In 2020, when I came here, we repurposed 2 patrol deputies and created a directed enforcement unit. We did that because we saw an increase in shoplifts and organized retail theft out at the outlet malls. We did have a positive impact on that in 2020 and in 2021. And we are now seeing, as we had to take those deputies and put them back into deployment to cover staffing shortages we have in patrol, we have seen shoplifts and organized retail thefts go back up at the outlets. So, we're working with the personnel side of our agency to work on recruitment and to work on retention for the laterals that we're getting. That's one of the big pushes we're making, is to hire fully trained laterals from other agencies. We've got some hiring incentives that involve cash for people who come over and will stay here for a longer period of time. We are working to get those folks who are coming over here. We just started a program where folks who come over here who are patrol trained, who are signed off by post to work patrol, previously, if they come to our agency, they have to go to jail and they have to get at the bottom of the list, and it takes about 3.5 years for them to make it to the top of the list and get to come back out to patrol. So one of the things we're just implementing, it was the idea of 2 of our deputies in Camarillo, and it's being pushed, is that we will put these lateral deputies who are patrol trained through a very abbreviated and modified field training officer program here. Once they demonstrate proficiency, we sign off on them. They get to go back to the jail, but they get to work overtime out on patrol to help us cover shifts out on patrol, so that our folks who are assigned to patrol are not so burdened. And so what we hope to do with that is have additional bodies working patrol to push our DEU team back out to doing what they do, which is go out to the outlets, work with property management, work with security on scene, work with all of the loss prevention. They built great relationships with loss prevention officers at the outlets, and to take those crime numbers back down to the levels we saw back in 2020. And I'd like to point out, too, that it's not just the outlets that are causing these problems. Our number one shop that has theft occurring is Target. They had about 64 thefts that occurred at Target last year. That is number one by far. Target works very well with us. They've got great loss prevention people out there, and so that's really what we're trying to do with our staffing levels, is to fill up our patrol spots so we can get our DEU back in business, building those relationships and working side by side with the loss prevention and the security folks out there. And then lastly, we're going to continue to use technology. We have ALPRs on 4 of our patrol cars here in Camarillo. We're working on a strategy to deploy some cameras along Ventura Boulevard, which is our theft corridor, as we like to say, and in the hopes that using that ALPR technology, combining it with intelligence-led policing, when there's criminals who come to town that we know are criminals because of their past behavior, that we can identify them ahead of time through that technology and go in there and interdict them before they commit crimes in our city. We have appreciated at the Sheriff's Office our very long-standing relationship with the City of Camarillo. Since 1964, we've been providing police services, and during those 50 years, we've enjoyed great support from city councils. We've enjoyed great support from our communities, And we look to continue to strengthen and build upon those relationships to continue keeping Camarillo safe as we move forward into the future. And with that, I would love to entertain any questions that you all might have.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions?
I do have one question. Chief Tennyson, thank you so much for your comprehensive presentation, along with, thank you for all the work that you and your staff does to keep our community safe. The question that I had was, how are you involved with our youth in terms of prevention for substance use and abuse, DUI prevention? How are you connected in doing that work?
That's a great question. We're connected all throughout the community. We have an SRO on our campuses who they provide classes, presentations at the schools during assemblies on drug use, on the negatives of drug use, tobacco use, alcohol. We bring our DUI trailer that we have in conjunction with other agencies in Ventura County. That makes its way out to every high school campus, all 3 high school campuses here in Camarillo every year, where they put on the DUI program that shows them the dangers and the perils of driving while under the influence. Many of us volunteer throughout the year. I was a coach for middle school boys basketball. One of our sergeants has been coaching for a decade in youth baseball. We don't hide the fact when we do that we're deputy sheriffs. Matter of fact, we like to make sure the kids know that. We want to build relationships with the kids in our community so they trust us. So we do that. We do that volunteering on our own time regularly. We have one of our senior deputies from the community resource units on the board of directors for the YMCA, where he's working to build relationships. I'm on the board of directors for the Boys and Girls Club. So we really want our deputy sheriffs in uniform out in the community building relationships with kids, so we build that trust. And so we do it through a variety of different programs. This year we started in partnership with PBSD, a great program. It was actually Superintendent Cortez's idea. It's Coffee with a Cop at the schools. And so we do a Coffee with a Cop for the community at a local coffee shop one month, and then the next month we go to a school and we show up at 7:30. We bring a lot of our toys there. We brought a canine up to the school in Mission Oaks. I can't remember what it is right now, but we brought a canine up there and a bear cat on Valentine's Day last month and just had a blast. And to see the reaction from the kids' faces, to see the interaction between the kids and our deputies, it's clear to me that our deputies are doing a really good job building relationships and connecting with kids so they can build that trust.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Kevin?
I have more of a comment. Commander, I've been up here for a while, and all my years having the honor of being a city council member in this city, I've had very few complaints about our police in this city. And I think it's a credit to your organization, to you specifically, to retired commanders that have served this city very, very well. And I'd like you to please pass along to all your deputies, all the personnel in the police department up the county that we really appreciate all the efforts that you do to make Camarillo one of the safest communities in the state. It doesn't go unnoticed. And a lot of police officers live in Camarillo, and they can pretty much live anywhere. And I always thought it's a really good thing that they choose not only to work in the city, but to live here as well. So if you'd please pass that along to your deputies and sworn and unsworn at our station in Camarillo in the county. And we're very lucky to have you, particularly in this position here. You're one of the best. And that says a lot because all of our commanders have been the best and the brightest, in my opinion, that the organization has to offer. So keep up the good work. We've got some work to do, which you had explained here, but statistics are there. We know what we have to do to make ourselves even safer. So, and we will. Every time that, you raise the bar on this, we exceed that bar. So again, I just want you to please pass along our appreciation to everybody that works for the organization. We're truly fortunate to have quality here. So I want you to pass that on if you would, please.
I appreciate that, and if I can say that I'm not the one doing the work. We have deputy sheriffs, we have professional staff at our station, we have one of our senior deputies is sitting here on his own time tonight to watch. Our people are very dedicated to this city. They have the same passion for keeping this place safe that you do and that I do. And so all of the credit goes to our deputies and our professional staff back at the station. So I will pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to oral communications. And this week, I will start with Councilmember Kildee.
All right. Let me get my notes, if I can find them here. All right, meetings attended. I attended a VCOG meeting on March 9th, VRSD meeting March 16th, an investment committee meeting with Councilmember Tennyson on March 21st. This past Saturday, I had the pleasure of going to meet with Assembly Member Steve Bennett on Ventura Boulevard at a coffee shop there, and it was a lot of fun. I've known Steve for many, many years, and there was a really large turnout there, and he's thrilled to have Camarillo as part of who he represents, and he wants to do it again. So that was really, really good there. I'd also, if you would, and I don't believe I've really talked to anybody about this, but if in fact it's permissible with the council here and the mayor, I'd like to adjourn. I know we have another one, but I'd also like to adjourn in the memory of Jim Bittner. And if you'll allow me to say a few things about Jim Bittner, I'd appreciate it. I'm not going to read all of this, but Jim was a football coach. That's what he did. And he graduated from Allegheny High School class of 1954. And the football was known as the Purple Raiders. And he went on to be head football coach at Moore Park College, and they were the Raiders as well. So soon after he arrived here, Jim started his teaching career at Oxnard High School, and he got married, and he was a very interesting man, very bright man. He touched the lives of many young people in the classroom and as a football coach for over 52 years. Wow, coaching football for 52 years. Can you imagine the stories? As head football coach at Moore Park College for 32 years, he was known for his integrity, his preparation, his commitment to the job, and taking care and giving his players a chance to succeed in football and in life. And my brother Michael actually played for Coach Bittner here. Many highlights in Coach Bittner's life, but one of the highlights, he was able to coach with his son Jimmy. He was an assistant with him at Moore Park College for 20 years, and Jimmy now is a head football coach at my alma mater. And I don't know, you didn't, Martina? No, I think I'm the only proud Spartan up here now, but you have a lot of ties to Real Mesa. So Jimmy is the head football coach at Real Mesa High School now. Not only was he one of the winningest football coaches in Ventura County, but he was celebrated as a champion in every aspect of his life. And I want to reach out to his daughter, Mary Janelle Perez, all the family, his wife, Margaret Ann, and it's a big loss for the community. We also lost, as we know, about the same time, another really famous and infamous football coach too, John Reardon. And Jim Bittner and John Reardon were friends, and they really touched a lot of the lives of the young people in the county here. So without further ado, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of James L. Bittner. And if you want to donate any money, they do have a memorial scholarship set up at Moore Park College, which is my alma mater too. And you can address to Jim L. Bittner Memorial Scholarship. It's 7075 Campus Road, Moore Park, California, 93021. And my condolences to his family and friends.
Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, and apologies for my very bad cold. Hope you can understand me. Meetings attended March 10, the Metrolink Board of Directors Executive Committee and the Contract Operations and Maintenance Committee. And then today, earlier today, the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency as an alternate director. And that's it for me.
Mr. Tennyson?
Look at my notes. On March 9th and 10th, I had the opportunity to attend a USC Forum for Local Elected Leaders, and I would strongly urge my fellow council members, when it comes up again, to consider doing it. It was a two-day forum that I didn't have to get up and go out in the hallway and pretend that I had something else to do. On March 13th, along with the city manager, I was able to tour the Corp Yard and meet a lot of our fine workers of the city and see all the changes that have been made in the Corp Yard since I left the city in '04. On March 16th, I attended the Association of Water Agencies WaterWise event with an overview of an expert on the Colorado River, how much we are getting from the Colorado River in Ventura County, and the status of the 7-state compact. On March 18th, along with three of my fellow council members, I had the privilege of attending the Point Mugu Air Show. And I know Wings Over Camarillo is great, but I'm glad I got to go to Point Mugu as well to see the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels perform for the first time together here in Ventura County. On March 21st, along with Councilmember Kildee, I attended the Investment Committee meeting. And lastly, I just wanted to provide kudos to the city manager and his finance department staff and previous city councils. The California Auditor's Office came out with their annual ranking of the financial health of 430 cities in the state of California. Camarillo was rated low risk overall in areas they looked at: general fund reserve, debt burden, cash investments and liquidity, pension obligations, pension funding, pension cost, future pension costs, retiree health and dental obligations, and retiree health and dental funding for current employees. We rated in the top 7% of all cities in the state of California, so I think that says something about our city staff and Councilmember Kildee, who's been here for a long time, and Mayor Santangelo and Vice Mayor Tremblay. But past councils have done a great job setting policy on spending money, and the city staff has put that policy in place. So Camarillo residents, your money is being taken care of. Thank you.
Okay. Meetings and events attended. March 9th, I attended the Ventura County Airport's meeting with Mayor Santangelo. March 12th, I attended the Camarillo, annual Camarillo Crop Hunger Walk. March 14th, I attended a meeting with Juliana Gonzalez from Visit Camarillo. March 15th, I attended the Montecito Bank and Trust grant event. I'm serving the many nonprofits throughout Santa Barbara and also in Ventura County. March 16th, I attended the EDC Economic Development Collaborative. It was our first meeting in person after COVID. So it was nice to see people and get to meet people in person. March 16th, I attended the Camarillo Academic Olympic Awards with Mayor Santangelo and Councilmember Tennyson. March 17th, I attended the tour, or I went on a tour of Agraman with Mr. Bill Camarillo. March 18th, as mentioned, I also attended the Point Mugu Air Show with Mayor Santangelo, Councilmember Tennyson, and Tremblay. March 18th, I attended the Trendy Eats 805 Night Market. It was a great family event at the fairgrounds with many food trucks, and it was just a great event. March 20th, I attended the Camarillo's Library Suite 16 event. March 20th, I also attended the Viva la Comida at the Camarillo Community Center. March 21st, yesterday I attended the Council on Aging, and the folks who serve on that committee are very hardworking people and very dedicated to providing, the best services for our aging community. And I really appreciate the work that they are doing. And I'm really looking forward to receiving more feedback to ensure that we as a council are supporting them in the best way possible. And yesterday was also 3/21. That was the World Down Syndrome Day. And so to all of our children and families and friends with Down syndrome, I just want to let you know that you are welcome here in the city of Camarillo. This is your home. And March 30th coming up, the National Latino Peace Officers Association asked me to provide this information or invitation to the community. There will be an annual scholarship banquet, and Sheriff Freihoff will be the keynote speaker for anyone who would like to attend. The Rebozo Festival, another nonprofit, also reached out, and I asked that I invite our community to the Camarillo Ranch House on May 21st. And today is also a special day because we also get to share this dedication. I'd like to kindly request to dedicate today's adjournment of our meeting also in honor of Mr. Carl Smith. And I have a couple of words to read from his obituary. And I know that his family is here and many of the children are here and have been so patiently waiting for this moment. Carl Smith, Carl Eugene Smith, was born on April 10th, 1946 in New York, and he graduated from Fulton High School in 1964. He squeezed in 2 years of fun dancing the nights away before receiving the fateful letter containing his draft notice in 1965. Rather than let his fate be determined by others, Carl enlisted in the Navy. As anyone who knew Carl would expect, he performed his service in the U.S. Seabees Battalion without complaint. And that was from February of 1966 through January of 1969. He spent 2 tours in Vietnam, and when Carl returned from that tragic experience, his chief remarked, quote, "He raised the morale of all the men he served with immensely," end quote. This was the dominant attribute that would mark Carl Smith's life. All those who knew him will speak of his positive, inspirational attitude toward all of his life's turns, good or bad, dark or light. This was a good thing, to say the least, because a few years after his honorable discharge from the Navy, Carl was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, or MS. Yet his view of life never changed. Day after day, week after week, year after year, when he was asked how he was doing, there was always one answer, quote, "A+, it's a beautiful day." This was true even in his last days with us. As a youth, Carl earned his spending money shoveling snow and shooting pool at the world-famous in Fulton, New York, a hall, just enough cash to go out dancing. After high school, he went to work at an almond roasting room. He bought a Mercedes-Benz and opened a charge account at the best men's store in town. Then came the invite from Uncle Sam. Always ready to dance, including through his service years, Carl loved music, especially rock and roll, Motown, and later the Stones. Carl and Sheila, who is here tonight, met at a California beach party in 1966 when he was stationed at Port Hueneme. Sheila and Carl married on February 1967 in Santa Clara Church in Oxnard. Through 56 years of marriage and his enduring A+ view of life, his best days were the birth of his daughter Gina, who is also here with us, and then of his best friend and granddaughter Ashley as well. Added to these were his great-grandchildren, Bradley and Olivia. As it has been since his own birth, family was the most important thing to Carl, known endearingly by his daughter, granddaughter, and great-grandchildren. As a toddler with his maternal grandfather, whom he called Pa, he was put into Pa's garden before he could walk. After service in the Navy, gardening and landscaping was the business Carl began and continued throughout his early years with MS. He continued throughout his life to actively garden in his yard, in his daughter's yard, and then helped to start the Camarillo, the community garden here in town, hoping that everyone would and could enjoy gardening. When the 2003 war in Iraq began, Carl joined the Ventura County chapter of Veterans for Peace, a commitment to peace and social justice that for Carl has never faded. And to honor Carl's love of gardening and trees, you are also invited to make a donation to the Camarillo Community Garden or to plant a tree or trees in one of the national forests. Thank you.
Madam, can I make just one real quick comment? I won't be long. Thank you so much, Martita. You gave a very eloquent, as you always do. I'm going to refer to him as Smitty. And I've had the pleasure of knowing Smitty my whole life, my whole adult life. And Smitty was the most positive person that I've ever met in my life. And it's absolutely true what Councilmember Martita said, that when you would call Smitty, you ask him, how you doing, Smitty? Man, I'm doing great, man, A+. And Smitty had every reason not to feel A+, but he never let them slow him down or stop his positive outlook. And I think I learned a lot from that about having a positive outlook in life. And a lot of it has to do with Smitty. And Smitty loved the outdoors. He loved his family, too many, and his friends here, too many of you to acknowledge individually. But I'm honored, and it was a privilege for me to know Smitty. And if I can take away a few things from his life, the number one thing is the love of family, the positive nature of life, and the love of Camarillo. He truly loved living in Camarillo, and he's going to be sorely missed. And Sheila and Gina and all the family members, my condolences, our condolences for you. And, you know, quite a man. And a great guy is overused, but not in this situation. He was a great guy. So thank you for allowing me to say a few words.
I'm aware that it's a little bit past 6 o'clock. I'm just going to finish my oral communications, and then it'll be time for public comment. On March 9th, I attended Airport Authority meeting. On March 15th, I attended Clean Power Alliance. On March 22nd, earlier today, I was at the CPA Finance Committee via Zoom. Back on March 16th, I was also at the Camarillo Academic Olympic Award Ceremony. I was at the Magoo Air Show on the 18th. I was at Viva La Comida Rotary Dinner on the 20th. And I also helped to celebrate the sweet 16th birthday of Camarillo Library on the 20th. And that's all I have. Okay, so this does bring us down to the time for public comments. So these are for comments that are not on the agenda. Just this one. And so I will call you in the order that I've received them. The first person is John Phillips. Mr. Phillips, you'll have 3 minutes to talk. The beeper you'll be able to see the counting down in front of you. When it gets to 2 minutes, when there's 1 minute left, it will turn yellow, but you can keep talking until it's...
Thank you. I won't need that long. Good evening, council members. I'm here to speak to an old friend, a good old friend, and a fellow Vietnam veteran. He and I served in Vietnam at the same time. I didn't know him then, but we both came back with the same marks, that we'd done our job. Carl always did his job and honored his country. And part of the honoring of his country, he and I both, which looked the enemy in the face, we both saw combat. And to come back and say that this war was wrong, and we want no more part of it. And so he joined Veterans for Peace. And that was our life. Anyway, I won't go into any more of that other than to say I'm honored to have served with Carl. I'm honored to have known him. I'm honored to have seen such a great example of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. And Muriel Phillips?
What can I say about Carl? First of all, he was a gardener, but Jack was talking about the Vietnam War, and when he returned, I knew nothing what he did there. And so in January, we were visiting with Carl, and they started to talk about Vietnam. And that was the first time Jack talked about what they had to do, and Carl talked about what they did. And they were not in the same area, but that was the first time that Jack talked about it when I was present. But what I want to say about Carl is his gratitude of living. And if any of you were ever down, if you met Carl, he'd boost you up. And so gratitude was the key, and he loved his family, and he was grateful to see his grandchildren. Why I chose the sunflowers, because the sun gives us energy, and Carl gave us energy. And the sunflower knows, and it follows the sun all the day. I just heard from Sheila that he threw some sunflower seeds in the yard. But gratitude is for him and me, essence of living, and being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ricardo Zambrana?
Thank you, Mayor Santangelo. Council members, Martinez Bravo, Council Member Kevin Kildee, and the rest of the council members today. Our family would like to thank you for honoring Carl Smith today, so thank you very much. Along with his longtime friends, Carl's wife Sheila, his daughter Gina, his granddaughter Ashley, and his great-grandchildren, Bradley and Livy, are all in attendance today, and they all thank you for honoring him today. Carl left us with a lot of great memories and wonderful life lessons. He was a great inspiration not only to his family, but to all that he met, as you've heard today. His strength, positive view of life, great sense of humor will bring us joy and happy tears anytime we think about him. Thank you for your time, council members. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anthony Timpey.
Hello, Mayor. It's nice to meet you. I've been a resident of Camarillo for almost 5 years now, and I don't think I have time to read this to you because it's 3.5 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll just make it as fast as I can, and then I can leave a copy of it that what I'm asking for. Just like sometimes when you go to, I'm a little nervous, I've never been to one of these meetings before, but it's similar in the effect that like when you go to court and you ask a judge to reduce a fine. Well, I'm asking help because I was banned from the Camarillo Library for something I considered was unjustified. I did have involvement in it. I was banned for 11 months. I went in there, asked them if I could get help with an important print job because I was going on a job interview back in Pasadena, where I'm originally from, and they had just changed all the computers. They changed the format to taking your credit card and putting money on your library card and all this stuff, and we just couldn't get it done. I asked a few different people when I got there that day, March 9th. Nobody wanted to help me. Everyone said, go see that, kept shoving it off. Up until the time when one of the people that worked there, he said, don't talk to the IT person, and body bumped me, which is, I consider, an act of aggression. And then all of a sudden there was 5 people that got all this energy, staff members at the library, everyone was trying to shoo me out like a fly. So I got a letter from Miss Mandy Nassar in conjunction with the, that other Mangold. And they said that I was banned for 11 months. When I was first being thrown out, they said, you're being banned for 3 months. And I don't know how it went within less than 24 hours from 3 months to 11 months, but I can tell you what I did do, and I can tell you clearly, because I'm an honest person. I didn't kick any chairs across the room. I didn't raise my voice at anybody. I didn't threaten anybody. I didn't lunge at anybody. I was frustrated because I hadn't worked for a while, and I was asking them to help me get this print job done. Why didn't they just send me to a supervisor? Why didn't we just come up with some resolve or some way to get it done? Next thing I know, they're playing favoritism and telling me I need to get out, and I'm banned. I think being banned for 11 months for something that I think that they kind of had a big involvement in. I was going to ask if you could just reduce it to 30 days or 60 days because I'm disabled, I'm unemployed, and I worked for NASA. I was a machinist for 30 years. I've got college degrees, credentials, and I'm 65 years old and can't buy a job. And I've been working really hard. I go to the library all the time. There's never been any record that I've ever fought or caused trouble with anybody, but all of a sudden this one particular day, one of the employees there, it's all right here, that he came up and bumped me and said, well, we're not going to help you right now, this and that, and you need to leave. So he ran downstairs, complained about it. Next thing I know, that all the employees, the staff members of the library that were not transparent and non-existent didn't want to help me. All of a sudden, there's 5 of them standing there trying to shoo me out like a fly.
Thank you, Mr. Tempe. Your time is up.
Okay, so can I just leave this with you and you can
Sure.
review my name, my address, and my email, phone number, everything's on here. If you would review it, the only thing I'm asking for is a little help to possibly reduce this ridiculous 11-month ban to something within reason, and I'll work on my part. Hopefully they'll fix their printing problem that they've had. And I really appreciate it. Nice to meet you, Mayor, and the council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope to hear from you about it, regarding it.
And next is Michael Zabarski.
Thank you, Mayor Santangelo. I'm a 20-year veteran of the Sheriff's Office, and one of my passions is those with intellectual developmental disabilities. Councilmember Martinez Bravo brought up yesterday was Down Syndrome Day. And I do want to appreciate or offer my appreciation for many of the council members being at the 805 Miracle League groundbreaking. It's a ball field that's dedicated to only those with intellectual or developmental disabilities. It will be the only field in the Tri-Counties area that will be dedicated to those with intellectual developmental disabilities or physical disabilities. My 20-year career with the Sheriff's Office, 12 of them have been working with Camarillo Police Department. I've been a school resource officer, I've worked patrol, I'm currently a senior deputy. I can say at every level, this city is outstanding, being inclusive with those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm our law enforcement representative for all of Ventura County, as well as for the Sheriff's Office for Special Olympics. And without your support, year in and year out, we wouldn't be as successful as we are. So I just wanted to say thank you for being there. Thank you for putting actions to your words and being so inclusive of those that are typically an underserved community. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the comment cards I have. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on non-agenda items? Okay. Moving on. Now what gets us to the consent calendar.
Madam Mayor, and forgive me again, I will not be speaking much tonight because I have a very bad cold. I'm happy to move the entire consent calendar, but I do have one question I wanted to ask on item M, if that's permissible.
And Madam Mayor, I would also ask, I have a comment and a few questions on item K.
Okay, so not polling, just questions? Okay.
Can we start?
Would you like to go first?
Sure, on item M, it's a question for Mr. Klotzel. Dave, oh, it's for Mr. Cruz. Hi, Mr. Cruz. This is on the item, in case anybody's wondering, about the authorization to purchase a Camarillo area transit vehicle. And I noted in the staff report that it's a gas-powered vehicle. we all know that the state is increasingly requiring transit agencies to purchase vehicles with alternative, particularly hydrogen fuel cell, electric battery, et cetera. Was there any consideration given to perhaps purchasing an electric vehicle as opposed to a gas-powered vehicle?
Sorry, yes. We did initially with this vehicle. We determined that right now we don't have the infrastructure through our contractor, RITP, to accommodate it. We are also not yet required to go full electric for our purchases, and procurement of this vehicle allows us to obtain a replacement vehicle in a much quicker time frame that's needed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Tennyson?
My question will probably be for the police chief, Chief Tennyson. A statement first. I know that this is a replacement for existing automatic license plate readers, but I've had a few citizen contacts and questions, which I feel comfortable answering, except that they didn't exist when I was in law enforcement. So a couple of years ago, the California auditor did audits on 4 law enforcement agencies in the state of California to make sure they were complying with the laws on the use of ALPRs. All 4 agencies were found not to be consistently fulfilling the requirements and that are designed to protect individual liberty. The 4 agencies also failed to monitor the use of ALPR systems and have few safeguards for creating user accounts and self-auditing of their staff. I'm going to ask a few questions, and I'm going to assume that you can remember them all. What is the policy of the Sheriff's Office related to ALPRs? Where is the data stored? Who has access and how is it monitored? And I'll repeat them if you want. Does it capture a photo of the vehicle and/or driver and its occupants? How long is the data kept? And who do you share the data with?
Thank you for those questions. I will probably need you to repeat them. We do have a policy at the Sheriff's Office. It's a several-page-long policy that details a lot of the things you mentioned in your opening statement about auditing capabilities, storage capabilities, who's in charge of the program, what the authorized uses are for the program. That's available on the Sheriff's website. Our entire policy manual is available on the Sheriff's website, which is venturasheriff.org. And under transparency, there is a link to the Sheriff's policy. So anybody that wants to look at that policy or any others can get that at the Sheriff's website.
Photos?
Photos are taken of the cars. They are taken of the image is taken of the license plate, and the software then takes that image and transfers it into a numerical form, which allows us to compare the license plate number with other license plates that are, stolen vehicles, part of a hot list, probation and parole, people on probation or parole, missing persons, wanted persons, that sort of thing. The cameras on our vehicles pick up cars going in both directions, so a car that's coming at a patrol car would be picked up, as would vehicles that's driving by, so we'd get the rear license plate. In those images, you won't get a photo of the person driving. In some front photographs of license plates, you can sometimes make out an image of the person driving, but in most of them you can't. It doesn't tell you who it is, obviously, it's just an image of a person. Those images are stored on a secure server at one of our sheriff's facilities, which is where we keep most of our data on secure servers. It's not cloud storage, but it's data stored in one of our secure servers. In terms of auditing, we have accounts. Each deputy is given an account, and some professional staff are given accounts to access this data, but only specific professional employees are given accounts. They have to take training to get an account and a sign-on where they can look at the data that's stored. Automatically, we have it set where if somebody doesn't use their account in 90 days, it gets deleted, and they have to go get permission to get that account sign-on if they want to access it again. Every year, our crime analysis unit does an audit of each of the inquiries into our images. So when we're looking at those images, when we're looking at a vehicle license plate, we have to enter a reason, and that reason is a incident report number. So every call for service, every investigation we do generates an incident report number. And so anytime we want to look or compare an image, we have to enter in what that incident report number is, so it ties back for us to know that it does involve a legitimate investigation. So we have the safeguards in place for auditing each one of our deputies. If we did find an inquiry was made by one of our deputies or professional staff and it does not have an incident number attached to it, we actually go to that deputy and ask them to provide us an explanation, or the professional staff member an explanation as to what the inquiry was for, and then we deal with that appropriately.
And the last question was, who does the sheriff's office share this data with?
We have agreements with several law enforcement agencies throughout California that we share it with. When we enter into an agreement, we ensure that they also have a policy in place similar to ours that dictates where they're stored, how much they're stored, who has access to it, and that they've received the training that's required as well.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any more questions? All right. I forget if I had a motion or not. We have a motion and a second.
Oh,
Okay.
we had a second.
Then we should vote. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, that will bring us down to our discussion items and to item O, which I believe our staff report will be by George Winkler.
It's nice following Commander Tennyson. The microphone's already set up. We have a PowerPoint for this presentation this evening. While that's loading, I just want to say thank you first and foremost to our code compliance staff who have done diligent work on this, as well as our sheriff's office. So for background, Camarillo regulates our massage establishments and massage therapists under Camarillo Municipal Code 5.16. Our code was last updated in 2010 to comply with SB 731, the Massage Therapy Act. So through our code compliance inspections and partner with our Ventura County Sheriff's Office, indicators were found at some of our massage establishments in Camarillo indicating human trafficking and illicit massage services. CMC Chapter 5.16 outlines the procedures for business tax revocation, which was intended to be the solution for this non-compliance. However, the businesses with the revoked licenses have found and exploited a loophole in our code that allows them to reopen the business with a different owner name at the same location and resuming illicit activities. So we have a solution for that. We are doing a proposed municipal code amendment, which closes the loophole by creating a massage establishment permit that's tied to the location. This adds operational requirements and prohibited conduct sections to our code, reinforces property owner responsibility for that business on their property. And in other cities, like the city of San Jose that implemented these protocols, they've had an 85% reduction in illicit establishments, so it's very successful. Our amendments have been reviewed thoroughly by the CAMTC, the California Massage Therapy Council, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, our Ventura County Human Trafficking Task Force, Ventura County DA Office, Code Compliance from Camarillo, our business tax provider HDL, and our city attorney, and they have all approved the amendments. And similar solutions, as I mentioned, were implemented in other cities and successful. So the impact on massage businesses, it would require a massage establishment to receive a massage establishment permit for after 180 days. And the key word here being establishment. This only impacts massage establishments, so brick and mortar locations. This is required also to pay the associated fees for the new permit, and they would have to fill out a new application which has some background information and operational requirements, and they would also have to renew this permit annually so that we can continue to the communication with the property owner as well as the business owner. So the property owner impact, they would be required to sign this massage establishment permit application and the renewals. And this is consistent with other city permits. For instance, our home occupation permit, our pre-application for development, and many more require property owner consent. So this is very consistent with our current operating procedures. The property owner may incur liability imposed by law. This is also consistent with language found existing in our municipal code in chapter 1.12 and penal code sections for Red Light Abatement Act relating to massage therapy or illicit massage services, excuse me. So the city would then be providing the property owners with notice of violations in addition to the business owner so that we can continue that communication. So if a massage establishment is out of compliance, staff will provide a written notice to the business and the property owner, like I said. And if it's not corrected, it will serve as grounds for revocation or suspension of the permit. And if the permit is revoked, no massage business would be allowed to operate at that address for 1 year. And that would prohibit or reduce the amount of people visiting that site again, looking for the same services. So here's our timeline. It's been happening pretty quickly. We brought it to the Economic Development Committee last month, and here we are today for the first reading of the ordinance. So regulation of massage establishments and massage therapists protects our community and supports the goals of ensuring a safe and secure environment for people and property, preserving the quality character of Camarillo's neighborhoods and commercial centers. By approving and implementing the recommended amendments, our Sheriff's Office, as well as our Code Compliance Division, will continue to effectively and efficiently monitor massage establishments and the associated massage technicians to reduce this illicit activity in town. So thank you for your time, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, George. Do we have questions?
I have a few questions and comments. Number one, thank you for this. I can really tell staff put a lot of work into drafting the details of this, and I believe it's very important to protect women, and the way that we go about protecting women says a lot about a community, and so I am definitely in support of it. And having lived in the city of Irvine myself while I was in college at UCI, it is a city where I also felt safe. And I also know that that is a city that has been known as the safest city according to its size in the entire United States. And so what I did do this weekend is I did go over their own ordinance on this specifically, and there are many similarities in terms of what we're implementing and what the city of Irvine has as well. And there were some things that I thought that could be added, and I wanted to bring that to discussion to make this an even stronger ordinance. On page 11, on number 4, we're looking at locked doors, and it reads, all exterior doors except a rear entrance for staff, interior doors must remain unlocked. So it talks about keeping them open, but what I am proposing that we add is we actually have language in there to talk about a no locking mechanism on any interior door. And the way that the other ordinance reads is, no massage establishments shall be equipped with any of the following, and then it includes the tinted, which we already have in ours, the no tinted one-way glass windows, and then I also see the door viewer, no door viewer or peephole designed to look through a door or wall, and no locking mechanism or on any interior door that would impede inspection to massage treatment rooms, including but not limited to a locking mechanism on any treatment room door unless there is no person on staff who is available to assure the security for clients and massage staff that are behind closed doors. So yeah, it summarizes that. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that for discussion and thinking that that would make this ordinance even stronger.
Great. Yeah, I'll bring up our code compliance officer, Caitlin, who is able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, well, I am definitely not that tall. Let me move that down, thank you. So interior doors, we didn't change the wording in this ordinance because currently all interior doors must remain unlocked during business hours. What we have found in wanting to accommodate both massage therapists and also our inspection activities is that this actually works very well as it is in place. If it's the council's desire, we can review this and get input and feedback on it. But when it was reviewed by CAMTC, they didn't have any comments including that, nor did any of the other cities that we specifically looked at when creating this, such as City of Sunnyvale, City of San Jose.
Okay. Well, I would not want to, I want to approve this, I don't want to delay it, but if you could find out, maybe get feedback on that, and if that would make our ordinance even stronger, I would want to move forward with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, public comment. Okay, so these are comments on this agenda item, and I have one from Deborah Updike.
Thank you for this forum. My name is Deborah Updike. I am CAMTC number 18, which is the California Massage Therapy Council that regulates massage therapy in the state of California. I've practiced in Camarillo for 20-plus years. I am a sole proprietor in the city since 2015 when the original establishment ordinance was created with my input and implemented to accommodate CAMTC certified therapists. I practice in a professional office setting on Mobile Avenue. This is a short list of the problems with the current draft ordinance as proposed. It places undue liability on the landowner. It adds an unnecessary layer of enforcement on sole proprietors. It could potentially make it impossible for sole proprietors to procure office space and practice their chosen profession. It discriminates against lawfully practicing massage therapists in an effort to restrain and prevent unlawful activity. It's not recommended or endorsed, as was previously said, by the CAMTC or by their Director of Governmental Affairs and Human Trafficking, Beverly May. I have an email confirming that. It encourages ordinances that have already resulted in preventing sole proprietors from practice in the state. It conflates illegal sex practices and human trafficking with the legitimate practice of massage therapy, which is already regulated by the state of California. It contains language that is offensive and to lawfully practicing and state certified massage therapists. It was developed by a task force that did not include input from locally state certified therapists. And finally, it places undue burden on massage businesses that are just now recovering from the loss of business from COVID-19 pandemic. I ask that you postpone your vote on this ordinance until further study has been completed on how it may impact legally operating massage businesses. We represent a very small proportion of the business community. But we deserve representation by you as we provide a valuable service to the community and its citizens. And you, dear council, are elected to represent us. In just this type of scenario, where city staff proposes an ordinance that dismisses, demeans, and discriminates against a particular profession, business, or person within the city of Camarillo. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Okay, I'll bring that back to us, open for discussion.
Okay.
Or a motion?
I'll make a comment if I would.
Go right ahead.
We have an issue here, and it has nothing to do with legitimate practices of this profession. They do a tremendous job. I've got many family members, I've got many of my friends that have got this very useful therapy that has really helped many of them along here. I was part of the 2015 first go-round on this. I think that was a really positive step in the right direction. But we have an issue here that does need to be addressed here. As far as the discrimination and other aspects of this, it seems to me that this is an inconvenience for most of the legitimate practices of this profession, and most of them in our city are legitimate. It's no way trying to single any of them out at all on this. I look at it as an issue that does need to be addressed, that is not getting any better. We can always revisit this. We can make it stronger if we have to, like we do with any of the other ones that we've done in the years here. I believe that unfortunately it's going to cost them a little bit more money. There's a little bit more hoops that they have to go through. I don't think it's necessarily burdensome to them or will not allow them to practice. I'm very sensitive because I have a business too that was very much impacted by COVID too, and I really am very, very sensitive to that too. But I think the issue that we're attempting to deal with, I think, in my personal opinion, I don't speak for anybody else here but myself here, I think it does need to be addressed here. This is a step in the right direction here. Again, we'll listen to input. We can always enhance this to make it even better here, but in no way, shape, or form, at least from my particular point of view, is it meant to single out legitimate operators here in our city. I would never do that at all. But I'm going to end by saying we have an issue here. This, in my opinion, has shown some success. I'd like to see if we can implement it and see if we can have success, and if it's not, then we can always revisit it.
Mayor? Go ahead. Tony?
Nope.
I just have a question, and it's probably for George, but it's my understanding that state took the right of the city to regulate this type of massage parlor business away and then realized it wasn't working, and now it's the city responsibility again. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think I have a slide on that really quick, just for reference. So yeah, back in 2008, that's when SB 731 went into effect. The intention, I believe, was to have the California Massage Therapy Council regulate this sort of activity. Unfortunately, it wasn't entirely successful, so in 2015, they implemented AB 1147, which restored local government authority to regulate and the massage businesses, authorizing the cities to tax the businesses for revenue and also the cost of regulating. So, yes.
Okay, I have a few comments. You know, to me, this is like a dangerous situation, and something that needs to be acted on pretty quickly. It's not my intention, nor is it my perception that we're looking at the massage industry as wholly bad or illicit. I go and get massages regularly. I'm not going to those, well, hopefully I'm not going to those illicit places. But I want to know that when I go get a massage, I'm going to a safe place. And unless we have an ordinance that addresses that and addresses this loophole, then I wouldn't feel comfortable. And so I think this helps the massage industry in terms of those that are doing what they're supposed to be doing and caring for people in the right way, so that it doesn't take away from that. So those are my comments. I will entertain a motion at this time.
I'll second.
Entertain a motion, sorry.
Oh, I will make a motion to go forward with staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously.
And Mayor, may I read the title before we vote?
Yes.
Thank you. So this is ordinance number 2005. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, amending Chapter 5.16 of the Camarillo Municipal Code pertaining to massage business and establishments, massage practitioners, and massage therapists. Thank you.
Do we need to revote, or are we okay?
No, there was a motion on the floor, and now you can take the vote. That's fine.
Okay, so now we will vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us now to item R, and item R is Carmen Nichols.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This report recommends your approval for a reimbursement grant agreement with the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club for $125,000 for the reimbursement of furniture and equipment purchases and approval of the appropriation as identified in the agenda report. A request was received by the city manager on February 1 from Mr. Roberto Martinez, President and CEO of the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club, for the purchase of furniture and equipment to help furnish the facility now that the expansion project is complete. The project added 6,500 square feet of additional space and renovated existing areas of the facility. This project allows greater opportunity for servicing the needs of club members who are our youth, ages 6 to 18. The furnishings and equipment will be used by staff, members, and visitors that participate in the various programming at the facility, including after-school programs, specialized educational programming, physical recreation, and the teen center, and there's many other programs happening there at the facility. Those are just to name a few. Great efforts were made by the board, staff, volunteers, and members of the community to raise funds for the project, raising approximately $4.2 million. Now, while the original goal was $3 million at the time the fundraising campaign was launched in 2017, those involved were not contemplating COVID-19 and the impacts that it would later have on project costs. City staff and the city attorney reviewed the request and determined that the grant is considered to serve a public purpose for the use of public funds based on the services that the club provides and to whom the services are provided. On a daily average, the club serves approximately 400 local youth ages 16 to 18 years old with a variety of educational, recreational, cultural, social activities, various programs that benefit the health, safety, and welfare of all youth. Details of those services are very well outlined in the request letter provided by Mr. Martinez. The city attorney reviewed prior state of California Department of Industrial Relations decisions and believes that the purchase of furniture will not result in triggering the payment of prevailing wages. I'll be happy to answer any of the questions that you may have, and Mr. Roberto Martinez is also in attendance to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Do we have questions? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I was wondering if a representative, oh, there he is, Mr. Martinez, had come up. You anticipated, apparently.
I'm here to answer any questions. I'm speaking on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo. We also have our board chair, Dave Nuremberg.
Thank you for being here. If we do approve this, Roberto, for the furniture, will it be sprinkled around the whole club here, or is there specific areas where you have designated that these will be?
So as Assistant City Manager Carmen had reported, there was an addition of 6,500 square feet as well as renovations to the majority of the existing space. So there will be furniture that will go into not only the renovated space but the existing space. All of it freestanding, movable, nothing that's going to be secured to the structure or attached.
Will it also be furniture that, I don't want to refer to them as kids, but let's just call them as students, if you will. Will some of this furniture be implemented for them as well, or is it all going to be kind of staff-oriented here?
Oh, no, the majority of it is for the kids.
Kids, okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think there's a few staff chairs and staff desks in there, but the majority of the furniture would be directly for use of the kids, and obviously the club is used by the community as a whole, so different community partners, we partner with, Camarillo Youth Basketball Association, Pleasant Valley Lions Club, a lot of different groups, so there'll be a lot of use, a lot of public use of the different furnitures.
Thank you, and last question, if this is approved, how long will it take to get it on order and to be delivered to your facility?
So some of that will depend on the supply chain, but we are ready to go ahead and order. Some stuff has already been ordered, and depending on when it can be delivered, we have some volunteer groups ready to assemble when we reach out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question and a comment. First of all, Roberto, I think you are doing an amazing job as the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club. I was on the board of Kidstream right next door when you were just starting your capital campaign, and I'm so glad that you met your goals and you're moving forward, and I think that speaks a lot to your leadership and to that of your boards. And I thank you for everything that you're doing for our community, for our children of our community, especially those who really are in great financial need. And I know that during the pandemic, when we were all just, so worried about what was going to happen, you moved forward with your leadership to help protect these children and to help provide a space and work in partnership with the school district as well. So thank you for that. And my question was, is some of the furniture, are we taking into account children with disabilities? Are we looking at furniture that, could be utilized or help children with disabilities?
That's an excellent question. So absolutely we are. In the addition, there is a sensory motor room, which is geared towards supporting those kids who may be on the spectrum or have ADHD or just, need a little additional support coming out of COVID, and some of the isolation that occurred from there. And so working with different community partners, getting MFT interns in there. So there is a room, and we have worked closely with Triton Academy, Ventura County Office of Education School, that primarily serves, those types of students, so that we take in their consideration and their guidance as we design that space and bring in furniture that best serves them.
Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
I look forward to a tour.
Absolutely.
Question. Roberto, I know that prior to COVID and prior to the beginning of the capital campaign, there were well over 400 youth per day in the facility, and that's what kind of led you and your board to the capital campaign. During the COVID, you had a very limited use of the Boys and Girls Club. What are you seeing as far as attendance growing since COVID restrictions have lessened? Are you starting to rise up towards that 400 again?
Absolutely, the need is definitely there. And so when Staples Construction pulled down the green fence, the community definitely reached out to find out more information about when we could bring on additional members to the club. So with the limitations of construction and prior to that with COVID, we've had some very good success with collaborations with our local school districts. So right now, in addition to serving about 150 kids on site every day in our building with the limitations of the construction, we've also been serving a number of kids outside of our doors at Pleasant Valley School District sites, with our staff going to those locations, providing additional staffing and affordable after-school childcare for a number of families. So the interest is definitely there. The need is definitely there as Camarillo grows and has more working families and working parents that may not work in the immediate area and need that after-school childcare. So I anticipate that we will grow from that 400 ADA attendance that we saw several years ago.
Additionally, I know you serve directly the youth that come to the club. Indirectly, you serve many other youth in the community. So how many youth and families do you think the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo serves on an annual basis?
So we categorize those youth as other youth served, and so those would be Camarillo Youth Basketball Association. We also host the Camarillo Cosmos during track season when the weather isn't ideal for them to be participating in sports outside. I would say that's easily 800 at least.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and City staff.
I have a comment, if I may.
I have comments from
Yeah, you can go
a
ahead.
public comment. Dave Nuremberg.
Well, I think pretty much everything has been said. Carmen, nice job of wrapping and reading that. Really what I want to do is say thank you. I'm the current board chair. It is my pleasure and my honor to serve as such at the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club. Every single time I go to the club and I see the faces of those children, and they're all smiles. And it is so exciting for me. You know, I'm a retiree. I was looking for something to do, and I just got lucky. I got involved with the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club. And I served on the construction committee, and I think almost all of you have seen it since at some point in time. You need to come see it now. And I think one of the really interesting things that we've brought up here is the collaboration. It's not just the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club. And I want to thank Roberto. I love working with him for what he does for the community, more so than just the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club. We have, with our CMAKES at Rancho Campanas, we have a STEM center that is, if I could put a picture up there, you'd go, wow, that belongs in a university. And that's sort of one of the things that we're trying to do with our kids, give them something to look forward to in the future. Maybe it's college, maybe it's not, because we're going to provide them with the opportunity to use their hands, to use their brains, and really get involved in the community. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
Question?
Comments?
Yeah, just a comment. I think it's important for all of us know this, but all of the board of directors are all volunteers here. And they do a tremendous job. And I'd really like, Roberta, if you'd pass it along, how thankful we are for all your board of directors here, too. And Boys and Girls Clubs kind of across the nation, certainly locally, have kind of become a large part, an extension of our education of young people, of kids here. And did a great job of remodeling this building. I've been around a while. I can remember when it was on Berry Street, so you've come a long way, as they say. So those are my comments, and when it's permissible, I would like to make the recommendation if there isn't any further comments. Ready? Okay, so with that, I'm going to request that we approve the staff recommendation with this item 1 and 2, and one is to approve the reimbursement of a grant for $125,000, and also to approve the appropriation of $125,000 from the general fund unassigned.
I will second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to item S, which is the urgency ordinance for water conservation measures. And it looks like we have a staff report from Dave Klotzel.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I think it's safe to say most everyone is aware of the significant amount of rain and snow that has fallen across California this winter. The current snowpack in the mountains and rising water levels in storage reservoirs has improved the current and near future outlook on water supplies for the state. In response, the California Department of Water Resources recently announced an increase from a 5% to 35% allocation of imported water supplies from the State Water Project for 2023. In turn, the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, who is the wholesaler of imported water that comes to Camarillo via Callegues Municipal Water District, rescinded its mandatory emergency water conservation restrictions, including the 1-day per week limit on outdoor watering. Callegues also recently took action, moving from a Stage 3 water shortage condition to Stage 2, suspending the emergency water conservation program implemented last year, including the 1-day per week watering restrictions. While the incredible amounts of rain and snow we've received is really good news for water supplies, history has proven that sustained water supplies are uncertain, and conditions could drastically change later this year and into the future. So the region remains under a water supply alert, and Calleguas recommends maintaining water demand reduction measures, including a 2 days per week watering restriction. An updated urgency ordinance for Camarillo water conservation measures is proposed tonight. It will align with the recent actions taken by Metropolitan and Calleguas. Residential outdoor watering will be allowed 2 days per week between the hours of 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. for 10 minutes per station per day. Addresses ending with an even number would be permitted to water on Tuesdays and Fridays, and addresses ending with an odd number would be permitted to water on Mondays and Thursdays. Watering of non-functional turf is still prohibited as mandated by the state water conservation requirements. The new urgency ordinance will repeal the current urgency ordinance number 1198 and will remain in effect until repealed by the City Council. Future revisions to the conservation measures may be required as the reality of longer-term water supply conditions unfolds in the coming months. Staff will continue implementing a public information campaign to notify city water customers of the updated conservation measures and the importance of continuing to reduce water use to further extend water supplies with a focus on continued compliance. Monitoring of customer water use, along with notification and education, will continue, again, with a focus on gaining compliance by city water customers. In summary, all water suppliers continue to urge all customers to maintain vigilance with respect to water use and continue implementing measures to reduce water use to further extend stored water supplies in the event we experience dry conditions in the future. That concludes my report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Dave. Question, Mr.
Yeah,
Kill.
Dave, thank you. I think you answered a lot of my questions, but this does not mean that we won't have an opportunity to revisit this later on the year if more information comes our way. And also, our tiered water system will remain in place as it has been in the past. Are those two questions correct?
Yes, absolutely, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Okay. Are there any public comments on this item? I don't have any. Okay. What's the will?
Would you like me to request a reading of the title of the ordinance?
Sure.
Thank you. I'll take that as a request. Ordinance number 2006, which is adopting an urgency ordinance implementing water conservation measures restricting residential outdoor watering to 2 days per week and repealing urgency ordinance number 1198. Thank you.
I'll move to wait for a reading and adopt.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay. I've had a request for a short break. So we will come back in 10 minutes at 7:10. Okay, we will reconvene. And this brings us down to our public hearings. And item T, Life Science and Advanced Technology Industry Zoning Ordinance. And George Winkler is back.
Okay, thanks, Council, for having me back this evening. I'll be presenting on life science and advanced tech zoning ordinance amendments. So as a background, we're considering amendments for these two industries. So what got us to this point? Well, the city has an economic development strategic plan adopted in 2018. And it's a high priority initiative to position Camarillo as a place for the growth of our biotech industry. We also have another priority item, which is to support the growth of the advanced tech and entrepreneurial development. So when we were researching life science, we found a lot of similarities between the two industries and their working environments, so we added some amendments to this. But for this presentation, I'll provide a very brief background on our life science cluster and end with the focus on the city's land use policies and recommendations to align with the needs of this industry. And so we have a white paper that we wrote, which is attached to the report, so anybody interested in learning more about the ecosystem can read that report. So let's see. So life science, over the last year, we met with life science developers, investors, businesses, real estate brokers, nonprofits, government organizations, and academia to learn about the state of the life science industry and Camarillo's unique position to attract, retain, and expand businesses. This industry generates $265 billion annually, and with new technology driving its growth, it is only expected to grow further. And we have an opportunity to support that growth here in Camarillo. I'm one step ahead. Life science clusters are primarily formed around research universities, which generate biotech PhDs and tech transfer opportunities. So some examples are Harvard, Duke, UC San Francisco, Johns Hopkins, et cetera. Due to the cost and long life cycle of drug development, these clusters are fueled by venture capital and grant funding, not our traditional debt equity financing. So Ventura County is a unique ecosystem, and in 2020, we generated $6.5 billion in economic activity. 8,100 people were directly employed by life science companies with an average earnings of $130,000. We have a unique cluster which formed because of Amgen's presence as a regional anchor and the high quality of life our region affords, so not because we have a research university, which is very unique. In 2018, approximately $800 million in life science venture capital emerged with the founding of Westlake Village BioPartner, notably by two former Amgen employees. So locally, we have a growing educational opportunities. California State University Channel Islands offers a master's in science in biotech and bioinformatics. Moore Park College has an associate in science and biotech and recently announced a 4-year degree in biomanufacturing. So a lot of exciting things happening locally. And our colleges, unfortunately, don't offer PhD programs. So we're uniquely positioned between UCLA and UCSB, which offers us those PhDs, which is very important. So that's just a quick background on life science and how we got here. Camarillo is a desirable and central location, and we have affordable commercial properties and a range of housing from workforce housing up to executive housing, which is really unique. And we also have a healthy ecosystem here, as demonstrated by this slide of local life science companies, very impressive group of companies. So, however, even though our ecosystem is impressive, our municipal code doesn't address certain concerns our developers and businesses have, which leads us to recommend zoning ordinance amendments for future growth. These ZOAs are not, that's the acronym for zoning ordinance amendment, are not novel and in many ways brings our city up to the standards that have made cities like Thousand Oaks a success. So it's worth noting before discussing the recommendations that The proposed ordinance is exempt from CEQA under the state's CEQA guidelines, and more information is found on that in our ordinance. So first and foremost, we need to clearly indicate that these industries are allowed to operate in the city. We don't want anyone to second guess Camarillo as they look through our zoning or approach our counters. So we're proposing clear definitions that are relevant to the industry. In Camarillo, our life science companies are permitted to operate in our LM and M1 zones. So you'll see on our map here, these are the two areas of Camarillo that are typically life science focused, also advanced tech focused. There is some level of interpretation as it currently exists, so we've clearly defined those uses and added them to those permitted uses in those sections. Our professional office zones have also been updated to allow life science R&D uses and vivarium uses. So each life science company is unique, and the built environment must adapt to the needs of that company. And the main considerations for life science companies are structure, HVAC, and power. So for rooftop equipment and parapet screening, that's required to hide the HVAC. And we're clarifying our code to be in alignment with our current operating procedures, which basically is that we don't calculate those in the building height, which is very important. So here's an example of what it looks like in Thousand Oaks at a Alexandria real estate development. But to prevent contamination, the lab air does not recirculate and instead exits the space up to 60 times per hour while being filtered by HEPA or ULPA filters upon entry and exit. The speedless air transfers requires a separation between the intake and outputs and may project slightly above the screening, and screening up to that height is cost prohibitive for this industry. So for that reason, we propose the allowance for the projections of the venting system. And as I mentioned, here's Thousand Oaks. And you can kind of see here the rooftop equipment, and they did a creative way to screen it from the street. However, they didn't screen it from the side of the building. So that's kind of what we're proposing here. And they do like the buildings to look really fancy because that attracts the workforce that they're trying to attract. So we're also clarifying our PO zone, which indicates that uses require a plan development permit. That's a discretionary process, but the reality is that we don't ask for a plan development permit unless it's a new building. So this, we've changed that language to reflect our operating procedures. We're introducing a ministerial process for streamlined permit review that removes the requirement for a CUP for building height in our PO zone that goes up to 35 feet. This accommodates the floor-to-floor ratios of 14 to 16 feet for floor that accommodates the HVAC system. So a two-story building needs to be at least 30 feet tall, and right now it's limited to 25 feet tall. So quoting a life science developer, they don't want to wait a few months for a CUP to determine if the building they bought can actually perform and be the required height of the building. We're also recommending that standby generators are allowed in parking and landscape areas. This is because life science companies, they need that consistent and dependable power. And if the power goes out and they have no backup, all of their research can be destroyed very quickly. These power generators would be exempt from a noise ordinance during power outages, maintenance, and testing. So diesel generators are often used because of the ability to refuel during longer power outages, and they're significantly lower upfront cost in comparison to the electrical generators and battery storage systems. They are regulated by Ventura County Air Pollution Control District and must meet strict emission standards to protect the public health and the environment. And this is once again that Alexandria real estate development, which is funded by the Westlake Village Bio Partners, but that's what the generator looks like from the street on the side yard, so pretty low on the invasiveness level. We're also introducing new parking category for life science and advanced tech. And this is because a researcher uses both an office and a lab, but divides their time between those two spaces. So they're never occupying the two spaces at the same time, which reduces the need for parking. This is, with the same logic, we've excluded common areas from the parking calculations. So that's like corridors, lobbies, conference rooms, stairways, restrooms, elevators, and employee-only kitchens, lunchrooms, exercise rooms, locker rooms. So So those are our proposed amendments, and that would reduce some of the gray zones and attract some life science. And as part of our economic development program in marketing, we could then market with full ability and not worry about what happens when someone gets to the counter. So this is our timeline. We've been doing research for the last year, brought it to our Economic Development Committee in September of last year and November with some red line. They've reviewed that twice. And then we brought it to Planning Commission last month. And here we are today with the first reading or potential first reading of an ordinance. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, George. Do we have questions?
I have a
Mr.
question.
Kildee?
Yeah, George, on the red line on page 14, I just want to talk a little bit about the parking requirements. And some of them, they have said the corridors, lobbies, conference rooms, stairways, restrooms, elevator, mechanical shafts, and unmanned electrical mechanical rooms will be excluded from the square footage when computing floor area for parking purposes. I want to make sure that we're going to have enough parking, for this. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, we've looked at a lot of other cities and their municipal code to compare what their parking strategies are, and a lot of them actually exclude these already. So ours currently calculates that in there, and it is prohibitive for advanced tech and life science businesses when they're looking at taking over a building and refurbishing it. They know how many employees they're going to have. They have the office space built out with the research space, and they know how many parking spaces they need. And so when we assign a required parking limit to that it really makes it prohibitive for them and less business friendly.
Okay, and my last question is that it's one thing to have this updated ordinance. It's clearly another about how we are going to market this. Has there been some thought about how we're going to market this? Maybe it's a discussion for a future date, I don't know, but I want to bring that up tonight just to maybe get a little bit of your thoughts. A, have we been discussing the marketing of this? And B, how are we going to do this?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So recently the council adopted a professional services agreement with Searle Creative Group. So we're actually currently working on creating marketing assets for the city for economic development. And as part of that, life science and advanced tech are two of those industries that we're featuring. And so recently we did a photo series and a video series, which you'll be seeing soon. But we interviewed some CEOs from local life science companies talking about why they like Camarillo, what was so good about developing here, the workforce, et cetera. And so we're going to roll that out with that. But we also are sponsoring the Bioscience Alliance. So in the discussion with the executive director of that organization, once we have that website live, they'll link directly to it. They also promote us throughout their events as well. So we are kind of doing everything in a row, all logically. And so the marketing should be launched by June.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open it. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may do so now. Seeing no one come forward, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion.
I don't have any discussion, but I'll request a reading of the title of the ordinance.
All right, thank you. This is ordinance number 2007, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending the Camarillo Municipal Code, chapters 10.34, 19.04, 19.22, 19.28, 19.30, and 19.44 to support the growth of advanced technology and life science industries. Thank you.
I'll move to waive further reading and introduce.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, that will bring us down to item U, which is adding the Title 19 zoning ordinance. And we have Justin Tamayo.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the community. My name is Justin Tamayo. I'm an attorney here in the City Attorney's Office, and I will be presenting this agenda item for your review and consideration this evening. Okay, so this agenda item is derived from Program 16 of the Housing Element. The City Council adopted the Housing Element back in October of 2022, and it requires the city to evaluate its zoning code as it relates to emergency shelters, low barrier navigation centers, supportive housing, and employee housing. And so you can see that language here on Program 16 slide. As you can see, all of these items relate to assembly bills. These are all bills that have been passed in previous legislative cycles that just hadn't made their way into the municipal code. And so Program 16 identified those bills and established a timeline for implementing them into the municipal code. So, as I said, it established a timeline for implementation. In December of 2022, California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, they sent the city a letter and identified that in order to certify the housing element, the city had to implement Program 21. Program 21 is a separate agenda item, which you'll hear separately a little bit later this evening. But as part of that letter, they also identified Program 16, and they identified the city's timeline for implementation of Program 16, and that's what you see here on this slide. That's March 2023, and in that respect, the city's right on track with implementation. And essentially, that's kind of the reason behind the ordinance is to bring the municipal code into compliance with state law, to implement Program 16, and to secure HCD certification of the housing element. And so, turning our attention now to the particular bills, and just kind of giving an overview of each one. The emergency shelters bill, with this is all supportive, this is all temporary housing. And so emergency shelters provide emergency shelters provide housing with minimal supportive services. And so they're temporary in terms of the amount of time that people can stay at these, and they're also or strike that. They're just temporary in the amount of time that people can stay at these. So the government code requires that these be permitted in zones, in one or more residential zones, where residential uses are permitted. And the number of zones where it has to be permitted has to be enough to accommodate the city's homelessness count. And as proposed, the ordinance does that. So for low barrier navigation centers, these are, again, it's temporary housing. And this bill is actually temporary in nature. It sunsets January 2027 unless extended by the legislature. And just kind of breaking this down, the navigation center, what this refers to, essentially these centers have case managers on site, one or more case managers that are going to try to connect folks experiencing homelessness with government services. And low barriers, that refers to low barriers to entry. And so boiled down, what that is these facilities are trying to incentivize persons experiencing homelessness to use these facilities, and so they're going to allow things like, they're going to allow folks to bring things like their personal belongings, pets. They're going to allow persons experiencing homelessness to stay there with their partners if they have partners. And this is going to affect mixed use and non-residential zones where multifamily uses are allowed. So you can see this slide, it lists those affected code sections there. The Employee Housing Act, this requires employee housing and agricultural employee housing to be treated the same as residential and agricultural uses, and so it's going to affect the agricultural and the residential zones. In terms of development standards, it's going to be those standards that apply to other residential and agricultural uses in those zones. And it does relax the zoning standards a bit, but it's not necessarily free-for-all. There's still the building codes that apply, health and safety codes that apply, and it's a little bit more restrictive because HCD does have to, any applicant wishing to do this has to go through an approval process and receive a permit from HCD. And the last one is housing for the homeless. This is the name of the bill, which is AB 2162. This refers to supportive housing. This, again, is housing oriented towards persons experiencing homelessness. This is a little bit different in that there's no limit on the duration of stay. And this requires the city to make changes to zones where multifamily and mixed uses are allowed by right. So after a careful review of the city's municipal code, the city doesn't have any zones where it allows these uses by right. And so there's no real amendments that have to be made to the zoning code in this respect, but the proposed ordinance does seek to amend the definition of supportive housing to make it consistent with state law. And so so the recommendation here is that for the city council to find that the proposed ordinance is exempt under CEQA, as it's not a project, it doesn't have a reasonable foreseeability of having a direct or an indirect impact on the environment, and to waive for the reading of the ordinance. And that concludes the presentation unless there are any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Mr. Kildee?
So will this help us in getting our housing element authorized up at the state?
It will, yes.
Okay, and also, what does that do for our local parking ordinances? Can we still, even with this, can we still implement what our local parking ordinances state?
So several of these bills relate, they have their own development standards that will have their own parking regulations. So there's still development standards that are applicable, to answer your question.
Yeah, I guess that's my concern, that, yeah, I believe, is this ministerial review now, as far as how it's going to impact, well, quite frankly, the quality of life here in our city here, and whether or not our local ordinance vis-a-vis specifically that I'm referring to as our parking, as to whether or not a developer can come in and basically not follow that under this guideline, or is there some opportunity for us to work with them about, the parking ordinance that we have?
So to answer your question, it is a ministerial approval. So all of these things would be allowed by right. They'd be treated similar to other uses, such as residential or agricultural or multifamily uses in the same underlying zoning, in the same underlying zone. So they would be subject to the same development standards unless there's very particular standards, such as emergency housing has its own set of development standards that apply. And so it would defer to those parking requirements.
So they would still refer to the ones that we have in place right now?
Unless it's displaced by state law, correct.
Unless they're what, I'm sorry?
Unless it's displaced by state law.
Okay. I know that, I don't want to editorialize here, but to get our housing element approved is super important here. And we have all these new laws and regulations that we don't make the law, but we do have to follow them. And I guess my concern is I want to make sure that the development standards are up to our standards as best we can. So are you comfortable, I don't want to put you on the spot, but are you comfortable that we have at least some of the local ordinances in place that, we can implement legally, that when they come in with a new development here, that our standards can be held up?
Thank you, Councilmember Kildee. The point is well received, and to answer your question, yes, there are still cities' zoning standards that apply. In those areas where the state has already legislated, it does preempt the local law, but in all other respects, they would have to comply with the zoning code.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Public hearing, is it not? Is it a public hearing?
Sorry. Thank you. It's a public hearing. I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak? I see no one coming forward. I will close the public hearing, and then I will bring it back to us.
I have a question. I'm going to ask Counselor, should we take all three of these individually, or can we lump them in one motion, or what's the best way legally to proceed with this?
Right, so this item is drafted as kind of like an omnibus, so all of the items are addressed in this one ordinance when I read the title.
Okay.
If
I have a comment before we do this. I feel we're forced to do this. This is something that we have to do on a number of reasons, not the least of which is to get our housing element approved. But I'm uncomfortable that we don't have stronger parking. We've worked extremely hard in all my years on the council here to have enough parking on our streets and in our residential units here, so we don't have a lot of off-street parking, a lot of congestion there. And my hope is that when new applicants come in, that they'll respect what the history of this city has been. So I wanted to make that as part of the public record.
Okay. Did you have a comment?
Should probably come up.
Yeah. And is your comment about this agenda item?
I'm guessing, I'm trying to figure out, because I got a letter from you guys on 19.35, ordinance chapter 1935. Is that still, it's the next item, okay.
Okay. We're good. No problems. Stay there.
Madam Mayor, I'll move staff's approval, or staff's recommendation.
And may I read the ordinance title? Thank you.
Reading the title.
Yes, so this is ordinance number 2008, an omnibus ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending certain sections of Title 19 of the Camarillo Municipal Code to implement state law related to employee housing, supportive housing, low barrier navigation centers, and emergency shelters. Thank you.
I'll move to waive further meeting and introduce.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that's unanimous as well, passing. Okay, that brings us down to item V, which is by right affordable housing development.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll be bringing before you Program 21 of our adopted housing element. Well, rather the implementation of it by right affordable housing projects. So a little bit of background for you all. The City of Camarillo revised housing element was adopted by the City Council on October 12th, 2022, and provided to the state for their review shortly thereafter. Staff received a letter from the state concerning the review on December 22nd, 2022, and the state actually required no further revisions to the body of the housing element, which was actually quite good news. But they advised that in order for the housing element to be certified, they'd require implementation, and they specifically called out Program 21, the implementation of Program 21. Program 21 commits the city to amend our municipal code to allow by right processing of housing developments containing a minimum of 20% affordable units on sites that were identified in previous housing elements and reused in the current housing element. And I'll get into kind of what by right means in just a moment. So, next slide. So certain sites identified in the recently adopted housing element for future development were also identified in the previous housing element cycle. As these sites were never developed and were also reincorporated in the current element, the state law requires the city to implement by right provisions to make these specific sites easier to develop. Pursuant to the state's housing element law, a by right development is subject to ministerial review. It doesn't require a conditional use permit, residential plan development, or other discretionary city review or approval process. This also means that a proposed by right development is not subject to review by the Planning Commission or City Council. In addition, a by right development is also exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and really it doesn't even fall within the classification of a project under state law. However, a by right development is still required to meet the written objective standards set forth by the city. To meet the city's Program 21 housing element commitment, staff is proposing a zoning ordinance amendment to update the city's municipal code with a new chapter that establishes the objective standards for by right developments. The proposed chapter will impose a zoning overlay applicable to those sites that are identified as by right developments in the housing element. Again, it's important to stress that by right developments are required to contain a minimum 20% lower income units with an affordable housing agreement in order to qualify as by right. So these, we're going to go through the sites now. This is the CCM site. It's by far the largest site. It's a little bit hard to see, I guess, due to the lighting, but it's the Ponderosa Shopping Center and a bit north and south of Pickwick. It falls under the Camarillo Commons Strategic Plan. And Councilmember Kildee had kind of discussed parking. So the vast majority of this site is within 1/2 mile of the Metrolink station, which means for most of this site, the city cannot require parking, though a developer could choose to put in parking in a development proposal. The exception is the northern portion of Pickwick. The RPD site, located in Village at the Park, this is outside the 1/2 mile radius, so parking standards apply as usual here, or they're proposed to. It all falls under the Village at the Park specific plan. It's kind of sandwiched between, you can see the soccer fields on the north side of the site, south of it, the Wickford development, and to the east is Rancho Rizal. The CMU site, also located in Village at the Park, falls under the Village at the Park specific plan. The site is entirely within the 1/2 mile radius of the Metrolink station. We got a request from the site owner's representative, Dennis Hardgrave, to include the portions just north of Site V4 under the by right development standards as well, with the hopes of basically presenting a proposal that was unified rather than two separate smaller developments. That was generally his hope. So it's standards. Staff utilized existing standards within the respective zones and specific plans, but modified them as needed to make them objective. So in certain areas of our code, there may have been standards that were not explicit enough or not based on numbers or a yes-no factor that the state is looking for, and in those areas, we made them objective. Planning and public works staff work together to incorporate the regular conditions of approval that you would find on a regular conditional use permit, residential plan development permit, et cetera, into the proposed by right ordinance. Two standards staff is proposing to include in the updates are the elimination of RV parking standards and updating by right residential plan development common open space standards to align with the standards of the Camarillo Commons mixed use zone. These items are commonly requested as concessions by developers using the Chapter 19.49 density bonus and other incentives section of the municipal code, and they do that in exchange for affordable units. And this was really done to kind of promote consistent development between these sites and the surrounding area. For the surrounding area, developers are already requesting those concessions, so just to maintain consistency. Developers could potentially seek additional concessions if requested. Specifically, I want to call out the RPD standards, what they were changed to. So it was changed to 125 square feet for each studio or efficiency unit, and 225 square feet for each dwelling unit having one or more bedrooms. So a little bit of a recap. This was taken to EDLUC, the Economic Development and Land Use Committee on February 23rd. Dennis Hardgrave, the owner representative of the CMU and RPD sites, spoke and gave two text change recommendations. These changes were a clarification that one-bedroom units should have the same amount of recreational open space required as efficiency or studio units in the CCM zone. In our current code, one-bedroom units are not expressly mentioned, so it was more of just a clarification. And then the second change was, or requested change, was that required parking spaces must be enclosed and or covered rather than just enclosed. So the EDLUC agreed that Mr. Hardgrave's suggestions were appropriate and stressed the importance of ensuring the affordable units of any by right development were appropriately dispersed which is also a requirement of the proposed ordinance. Mr. Hardgrave suggested changes, including the addition of the neighboring lot, have been incorporated into the proposed ordinance. Then on February 28th, staff presented the proposed ordinance to the Planning Commission. The commission received a number of comments, one in opposition, one in support, and then also a written comment in support. After discussion among the commissioners, the Planning Commission ultimately voted to recommend an amended version of the ordinance of the City Council, and the amendment was to update the proposed section 19.35.010, which is for the RPD site, in order to change the open space requirements for one-bedroom units to require the same amount of open space as 2 or more bedroom units. And that was with the objective of hopefully providing additional open space. Since the Planning Commission meeting, staff also updated the CMU open space requirements for horizontal mixed-use development to match the RPD standards. That was done because that is what our current code does. So we did that. Finally, staff updated the proposed section 19.35.040, which is the general standards section, and we eliminated certain standards that didn't apply to the sites and updated standards that had maybe a grammatical issue or were worded incorrectly. So the recommendation is find that the proposed ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and introduce the ordinance adding Chapter 19.35 by right residential zoning overlay to the Camarillo Municipal Code. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Kilby.
Probably a broken record. I think this is really important. If this is implemented, will it go further that to help us get our housing element adopted up in the state?
Yes, it was, in fact, in the letter we received from HCD, it was explicitly the most important thing, and it really seemed to be the only thing holding up our certification by the state.
Okay, and is it fair to say, is it ministerial review on this, and it'll be exempt from CEQA?
Yes, to both of those things, yes.
So how I read that is that puts a lot of pressure on staff to come up with a program that's going to work in these particular identified areas. And the issue with that, in my experience, is that, for instance, and I've been talking a lot about parking, but if you don't have enough parking here, they typically don't always go to the staff, they go to future councils here. And they're going to ask us, why did you approve this when you knew that there wasn't going to be enough parking here? So I don't want to put you on the spot here, but that's one of the issues that I see in this. If you look at, I believe, the Camarillo Commons right now, which is the Ponderosa and the Ponderosa North, I'll call that for lack of a better term, we already have a parking issue there. We've got one operator, and super happy for the operator that's doing great, but I suggest you drive by there, everybody drive by there on a Friday night, and that operator's probably taking 90% of the parking spaces right now. I don't really know how this improves that. I'm all in favor of the 20%. I think that's a really good idea. But I think we also have to be realize, too, that a lot of times that puts any development in a precarious position for the developer to make enough profit to really go forward, with his or her project here. I think we need to be cognizant of that. And I understand that, more than likely we have to implement this, but I'm really hoping that staff will take this very seriously and work with the operators, and I'm editorializing here, and I apologize for that, but work for the operators here, A, to keep our quality of construction what it is, to provide enough parking that legally we can provide here, and make sure that whatever is approved here, because council isn't going to really get a chance to look at this, and that kind of eliminates one of the layers on this. And I think, staff has really got to do its due diligence that we keep up with the historical building practices that we've done in the future on this. So my question, I know it's a long-winded question, but are you confident that staff A can implement this and B, really, make this strong suggestion that is this good for Camarillo?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the underlying point or underlying current we tried to go with here is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So in terms of the quality of development Camarillo's accustomed to, we basically took our existing code as it stands and transplanted it into this. We weren't trying to reinvent the wheel. It was really about trying to maintain the level of quality Camarillo residents are accustomed to and just making it by right. So I am confident that staff can do that by holding developers accountable to the standards we have in our municipal code. And I do think this is, the adoption of this is necessary to get our housing element certified. In fact, I know it is.
One follow-up question, just if I might end on this. The RV requirements, a lot of developers are doing away with that, and I understand that, but is there some thoughts about what the RV owners do with their RVs now? Is there opportunities for them to park off-site somewhere?
So there are a number of existing RV parking locations within the city. For these specific sites, most likely it's going to be something like townhomes, apartments. It's not really going to be single family. So with that in mind, you don't see throughout the city, I guess, too much in the way of RVs aren't that common in apartments or townhomes. So there's opportunity for RV parking across the city in existing locations, but we're not too concerned about it for these specific sites.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
One question.
Mr. Thomas?
Am I correct in understanding that, once again, we don't have a lot of choice in adopting this ordinance? It's a requirement of the state?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. If you would like to make a comment at this time. Oh, and we have cards.
Hello, my name is Dennis Alvarado. Nice to meet you guys. I live in the corner of Berry and Glen for the last 45 years. My parents bought that house 45 years ago. I've been the one that's been taking care of it. Now, I've been talking about parking. Parking is a big issue in my house. I'm the one that started the cone issue because my father is 90 years old and he still drives and he continues to park in front. He would have to walk in certain situations. Now, that's my father. I'm also handicapped. I have a left issue, but that's another story. Well, my concern is this is going to change everything. I love Camarillo. Camarillo is my place. I love the police in my department. They are doing great jobs. But something like this, I know we have no control over, but it could change a lot. Number one, we're high ranking in Camarillo. I love to hear that. We're looking at good stuff, but this stuff will hurt my area too. It's already there, but we can live with that. But multiple will create more work for these gentlemen that are doing really good already, and they're gonna bring it, I don't know. I know we have no control, but this is my concern. I got the letter, it freaked me out, because this is a big development. I've seen Camarillo grow beautifully, and I still want to continue beautifully. And if we at least do something with it, with like veterans or special needs or elderly people, something like that development, instead of something like that, because it will bring more drama. Because I had my neighbor in the back that died of overdose. So-and-so, things have happened in my low-income housing. I have nothing against it. We're all working people. That's all we are. And development like this scare a lot of situations and create a lot of drama that I do not want our beautiful Camarillo to fall under areas. We need to be number one, I guess, but that's what you strive for, right? And so that's my concern. I thank the council to let me speak for the moment, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Betsy Metzgar?
Good evening, I'm Betsy Metzgar. I've been a resident of Camarillo since 1992. I'm an upright citizen who has lived in affordable housing. I'm here to strongly urge you to provide more affordable housing in Camarillo. I know firsthand the huge benefits of purchasing an affordable housing property, and I know firsthand that the demand is so great. I had lost hope of being able to afford to buy a home in Camarillo after renting here for many years. Then in 2006, I was given the opportunity by the city, to purchase one of the new affordable housing townhomes in Wickford in Village at the Park, and it changed my life. I no longer had the uncertainty of renting. I could build home equity. With an affordable mortgage, I could send my children to college and eventually be able to retire. I fully expected that my townhome would be my forever home, but recently I unexpectedly was gifted with a house in Leisure Village. So I put my affordable housing townhome up for sale with the plan to move to Leisure Village. Because I had lived in my townhome for less than 30 years, by agreement with the city, the townhome was listed as affordable housing below the market value for buyers who were qualified for affordable housing. My realtor was inundated with calls day and night from prospective buyers eager for this unique opportunity. In all the years she'd been selling homes, she'd never had a response like that. I'm happy to report that I sold my townhome to a young family who will now have the benefits to home ownership and the advantages of raising their children in our wonderful community that has so little crime. I might add, in the 16 years I lived in Village at the Park, to my knowledge, the neighbors didn't know which were the affordable housing units, and those homes had no effect on the property values of the owners who purchased at that market rate. I am so grateful to the city, to all of you, for giving me the opportunity to buy an affordable home. And I ask you that you make more opportunities such as these available to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other comments, I will close. Oh, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Edgar Arellano, and this project will affect me in many, many ways, as Councilman Member Kildee stated. That area is very impacted with parking issues, and I'm fortunately or unfortunately at this time, it's next to literally a block away from, my neighborhood is a block away from this project. So I understand the issue that we face, and I understand also the need to provide housing to all the people that find themselves in a different situation than most of us that have a home. I do have a little bit of concern with the parking, because if, as the gentleman stated, they're not required to provide parking because they're so close to the Metrolink area, obviously that's just going to increase the issue what we already face. So I don't know how much of power you guys can have against or towards making sure that whatever they're going to build, at least they somehow address that issue and not make it even worse. Because I understand we're trying to solve a problem, but by doing so, we're going to create another one. I think we got to do it right the first time, and not just, like you said, kick the ball and then give it to the other councilmen that are going to be receiving the feedback from us, or trying to solve crime issues or whatever it is from a very from an area that's not going to have proper parking and enough space for everybody to be there. So I don't know if we can look at other places as well in order to make enough parking for that area. But obviously, just keep in consideration when you guys keep developing this, to do it right the first time and not just leave it for other people to solve. Because ultimately, that's what's going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, unless there are, come on up.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Lynn Roche. I live at Village at the Park, and I've been there since a new development, a condo development, Brookshire, from 2006. I did not know all this building was going to go on in the facility. We've had new condos built, townhouses, there was more houses added, and now we just built more apartments. Of course, they're not low-income apartments, but we have several new buildings that went up. The park gets really busy during soccer season. I mean, the park is wonderful, it's fabulous, but I am concerned about the traffic as well. I mean, we have so many more cars coming through, especially during the school time and the work, the 5, 6 o'clock type thing. It used to be easy to cross the street, and you have to be very careful when you're crossing the street, when you're walking your dogs now, and I just can't imagine the impact of more cars coming in, more people coming in, and believe me, I know we need low-income housing. I work in the medical field, and there isn't room, there's no place to place people when they're ill and they don't have a house to go to. So there is a huge, I know we need it. I just don't think Village at the Park is a good area there because we're already impacted in the streets. There's only a couple streets out and in of Leisure Village. So I am concerned about that. Like I said, we have these new apartment buildings that just went up also, and I don't know how many units there are, but there are several. And let's face it, in California, a lot of us, we have everybody has a car or 2 cars or 3 cars, and they don't use their garages to park in because they use them for storage. So that's my big concern. We do need low-income housing, I know. I think there's maybe some other types of housing to be built. I'm not, so I'm losing my train of thought here. But anyways, I'm kind of oppose some of it at the Village at the Park area. Okay, thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And that will bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Tennyson?
Again, I don't really like this, but it's my understanding that this is another example of the state of California taking away some of the discretion and legislated rights that cities used to enjoy. I don't see any choice but to approve it.
Make a comment.
Sure.
I agree with what past council members have said and the current council member Tennyson, that this does tie the hands of future councils with this. It puts more power and influence in staff. And my hope is that the staff we don't have a choice here. There's really not a choice here. But my hope is that current staff and future staff will look into the history of what we tried to do here and work with the developers. If you look at Camarillo the last 15 years, we probably have approved as much affordable housing as just about any other state in the county here. And remember, not all, but most affordable housing has to be heavily subsidized for it to work here. If the state is interested in more affordable housing, why don't you make it more affordable in constructing them? Now, I'm editorializing here, and I don't mean to do that. But this is a big issue here. This is what past councils and the current councils have been dealing with for several decades here. How do we get more affordable housing in a city? And it is a challenge. But we've been able to, unwritten rule, kind of we wanted to have between 15 and 20% of developments have affordabilities, and for the most part, we've tried to follow that. This allows, in kind of requests and if not demands, 20%. So we're going to try to do this, but it's not easy to do it. And it's certainly, I have a lot of concerns about not having the layers of administration here to look at this, so to make sure you get, when you build something, you have one bite of the apple here. Once it's built for several decades, so it's important not to whiff on this. It's important to get it, not only to be right, but to get it right. And without, the levels of review, it may delay it a little bit, but oftentimes, because of the review, we've actually had a better project than the first one that was implemented. We're not going to have that here, and that's a concern of mine. So the only thing I can do is that really encourage staff to take a hard look at these and work with the applicants to the best of their abilities. And with that, this is just another example of how Councilmember Tennyson has said that we have a very assertive state that likes to come in and really limit local control. So all residents have to be aware of this and try to do as best we can with what the new rules and regulations. And I've always said that we don't always make the rules, but we do have to follow them. So those are my comments.
I will not repeat what has been said, but I will utilize this time to thank our planning commissioners, who I know have been working extremely hard to do the best that they can with what they have. And I know Beverly is here. My planning commissioner is Gladys Limon. And so I just wanted to extend my gratitude to you all. Thank you. And with that, I would like to request a reading of the ordinance.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor and Council, this is ordinance number 2009, an ordinance adding Chapter 19.35 to the Camarillo Municipal Code, creating a by right overlay zone, allowing ministerial approval of residential development that includes affordable housing to lower income households on certain real property identified in the 2021 to 2029 housing element and one adjacent lot. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will move forward with the staff recommendations, or do?
Is that a motion to wait further?
Right, you can just make a motion to approve staff recommendation. That
Okay,
works.
yes, I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, that will bring us to item W, which is the Dizdar Park renovation and expansion project. We have Andrew Grubb.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Andrew Grubb. I'm the principal engineer in the Public Works Department. Staff is here tonight to present the proposed design and final environmental impact report, or EIR, for the Dizdar Park renovation and expansion project for council's consideration. Tonight's hearing was publicly notified with postcards sent within a 600-foot radius of the project on the city's website, in the Acorn, on signs displayed at the park, through our social media channels, and through an email sent to the city's interested party contact list. In summary, there's been a lot of outreach and noticing leading up to this meeting, so staff is pleased to be here to present this project. Tonight, we'll start by reviewing the background of the project and a timeline of how we got here. Next, we'll present the proposed design that was evaluated and discussed in the EIR review process. And finally, we'll go over next steps for the project. The project being presented here tonight was developed through multiple community workshops starting on May 20th, 2019, facilitated by our Community Development Department. Through these workshops, the community voted on 3 concept design alternatives. 4 of the 5 tables preferred concept number 2 that was later approved at both a Planning Commission hearing on May 5th, 2020, and at a City Council meeting on May 27th, 2020. Once the concept design was approved, Public Works staff negotiated a scope and fee for final design and environmental review, with Goodale Architecture Planning and City Council awarded the professional services agreement on April 28, 2021. The design was further developed, and the environmental review process began on October 2021, which will be discussed later in the presentation. So as mentioned, the general site plan and layout was developed over multiple community workshops and approved both by Planning Commission and City Council. So tonight I'd like to walk through some of the design elements that have been refined since the project was last presented to City Council. Starting from the top left or northwest will be the main entrance at the corner of Ventura Boulevard and Glen Drive to a large and open inviting open space with accessible hardscape connecting each feature in the park. A second entrance we're calling the Garden Entry Gateway will be located further east on Ventura Boulevard and feature a sitting area, commemorative display, and shading for surrounding trees. A new bandshell is proposed for community events and located on a central axis from the main entrance. A parking lot will be located on the south side of the park to provide accessible parking with electric vehicle-ready parking stalls also proposed. A new fire station-themed play structure located to the southwest of the park will be surrounded by large trees and sitting areas. And finally, new restrooms are proposed with an accessible entrance from the sidewalk on Glen Drive. Here's a rendering of the main entrance located on the corner of the intersection, inviting pedestrian traffic from 2 existing pedestrian-activated lighted crosswalks located on Ventura Boulevard and existing curb extensions that shorten the crossing length on the stop-controlled Glen Drive. The vacant office building will be replaced with a much more open and inviting pillared canopy entrance. The Disdar Park sign will be prominently displayed on tile and stucco matching the Old Town aesthetic next to the Don Adolfo Camarillo statue, relocated to the forefront, greeting visitors to the revitalized park. Next is a rendering of the Garden Entry Gateway on Ventura Boulevard, located at the end of the signalized crosswalk at the intersection of Ventura Boulevard and the Lewis Road US 11 on and off ramp. This entrance will be marked with a second sign prominently displaying Camarillo's historic Old Town and will lead into a sitting area and display with photos and a description commemorating the former Ventura County Fire Station number 54 and a community center being removed to allow for construction of the park. Next is a rendering of the proposed fire station themed play structure. Materials were chosen to honor the former fire station using the classic red color used by the fire department in the 60s. Finally, these 2 renderings show the preferred bandshell and restroom design that received the most votes in the public design review meeting in March last year. As you can see, each of these structures were designed using materials and a color palette to complement the Old Town aesthetic. So before I move on to the environmental review process and the intent of the public hearing, are there any questions on the design elements? I have with me here David Goodale, the architect who's been involved since the concept design, and he can help answer any questions there are. So.
I have a question. Can I proceed? Sure. Yes, the restrooms, all ADA required restrooms?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and because I've been talking about this a lot, parking requirements, have there been a substantial change since we first started talking about this, or is it still the numbers that we've been talking about for a while here?
And that's remained the same as the concept design as well, the parking.
And you did say, just so I heard correctly, it's going to be an electric charging station here. Did I hear that right?
Yes, there will be 2 electric vehicle-ready parking stations, and once we procure that charger, we can go ahead and install it. But all the conduit and power will be run, so it's ready for it.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
I do have a question on the design. Going back to the playground, is there an implementation of making the playground or having a portion of the playground be accessible for all children? Having been a therapist for children with autism and disabilities, I know that's definitely a challenge, and I want us to be as inclusive as possible of all children.
Yes, and I'd like to ask David if you want to get up and maybe speak to that as well, if I can flip back to that rendering.
Yes, each of the play areas actually are required now by code to have access, so that there will be elements of each of the play structures that will be accessible to the disabled.
Okay. So the opening, like there where I see the little white figures, that opening would be wide enough for a chair to go in there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead and proceed. Okay, now on to the environmental review. The environmental review process started with a notice of preparation circulated for a 30-day review period starting on October 15th, 2021, to solicit guidance from interested parties on the scope and content studied in the draft EAR. The city received responses from the following parties: the Ventura County Watershed Protection District, the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, the Ventura County Fire Department, the Native American Heritage Commission, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And these comments were considered, and the draft EAR focused on the following potential environmental impacts: cultural resources, hazards and hazardous materials, noise and vibration. The draft EIR was completed and circulated for a 45-day public review period from November 14th, 2022 to December 28th, 2022. Copies of the draft EIR were distributed to public agencies and interested parties and were made available for review at City Hall, the library, the city's website, and a notice of availability was advertised in the Acorn and distributed to neighboring property owners. During the 45-day review period, the city received written comment letters from the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians and the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District regarding the draft EAR. The San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians thanked the city for contacting them regarding the project and had no further comments. The Air Pollution Control District commented on the air quality study and proposed mitigation measures. The city provided additional information in response to the Air Pollution Control District's comments, and responses were sent to both commenting parties and are included in the draft final EIR for reference. As part of the environmental review process, there were 2 impacts that were found to be significant and unavoidable: the demolition of the former fire station and community center, and the noise impacts associated with temporary special events with amplified live music. To mitigate these 2 impacts, an interpretive display and historic building survey are proposed to commemorate the former fire station and community center, and all special events will be subject to the city permit approval process, which includes noise impact considerations. The remaining 9 environmental impacts to the project would remain or result in a less than significant impact with the proposed mitigation measures identified in the EIR. These less than significant impacts are temporary and only would occur while the project is under construction. The proposed mitigation measures are standard construction practice for large public works projects, such as having an archaeological monitor on site during major ground disturbing activities, and using proper containment practices for demolition of buildings containing asbestos and lead-based paint. So the next steps tonight, city staff is requesting that council consider the final EIR for approval and direct staff to move forward with the proposed design. Next, staff will work with the consultant to finalize the design and bring the project back to council later this year, requesting authority to bid the project. And once bids are received, award the project by early next year. After the contract is executed and materials are procured, construction could begin, anticipated to start in the spring, summer of 2024. So with that, staff recommends that council authorize the city manager to amend Goodale's agreement in the amount of $85,244 and authorize an additional contingency amount of $13,000 for a total agreement authorization of $682,625. Authorize the city manager to execute future amendments to the agreement with Goodale Architecture Planning for unforeseen additional services up to the authorized contingency amounts. And although the two impacts were found to be significant and unavoidable, staff recommends that given the proposed mitigation measures outlined in the EIR and the substantial benefits of the project, that City Council adopt a resolution certifying the final EIR, direct staff to file a notice of determination with the county clerk, approve the project, and direct staff to proceed with final design. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have further questions?
I do have just one question for this last piece that you covered. It sounds like you reached out to the Santa Ynez Chumash folks to receive feedback. Did you also reach out to our local Chumash, or was there a reason why only Santa Ynez was reached out? Or I just want to understand that better.
Yes, and I'd like to ask Jennifer just to speak on our AB 52 process that's standard for public works projects and how that went too. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Haddo. I'm with Rincon Consultants. The city did undertake the required Assembly Bill 52 process for this project and reached out to a number of tribes who are on the Native American Heritage Commission's list for this particular area. So I can look up specifically which tribes were contacted. That is included in the EIR along with the register of who responded. The comment that Andrew was referring to is actually a comment on the draft EIR itself. And so this was post AB 52. The other tribes were all contacted during AB 52 and would have responded to the city whether or not they wanted consultation or not under that process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, by the way. So we're asked to approve the professional service agreement tonight with Good Deal. Is that correct?
That's correct. An amendment to Goodale's contract to continue final design.
With that, what further issues do they have to deal with here? What has not been done as of yet?
So during the design process, there were a few unforeseen design issues that we're asking for this amendment contingency to cover. Part of that was stormwater considerations. We found out through the design process that additional run-on would need to be handled through our standard stormwater process. So part of that is to update the design to cover that. The other portion is with the environmental process and some of those mitigation measures to address that as well.
Okay, so maybe this is a city attorney question, but for those that don't know, and maybe it's a little premature to ask this question, that used to be a cemetery. And the bodies were exhumed, I think, I believe it was sometime is either late 50s or 60s, but my understanding is that they did not find all of them. They found most of them. So when it does go out to bid, will that have to be addressed and/or identified? And once we start this, if we start this, that will be part of the conditions for approval?
And that is included in those 9 less than significant impacts I referred to is the fact that this site used to be a cemetery, so there could be the potential to find human remains. If that does in fact occur during construction, we'll be monitoring. As I mentioned, we'll have an archaeological monitor out there. If human remains are found, we'll call the coroner's office and address that, but we'll have contingency built into our bid spec to be ready for that in this case.
Okay. I just have a comment when everybody's questions are ready to be asked.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. And I have one comment card. Jeff Walker.
Thank you, Mayor Santangelo. I'm here really to urge you to reconsider this 24-space parking lot that's being proposed. And I know we talked about parking and it's appropriate. This is a neighborhood park. There is nothing really that indicates there's going to be demand for enough parking spaces. In fact, in the city's response to the pollution control district, where they said, you're not accounting for all the potential pollution for all the people that need to use a 24-space parking lot, the city says, well, if we use the average expected for this size park, it's 4 a day. And it's in the response. So I don't know how we could say we need a 24-space parking lot, but it's only going to generate 4 trips a day. And by the way, that's driving to a neighborhood parking lot. 3 reasons. There's no demand for it, for 24 spaces. Public policy's changed, and we're hitting all tonight. It's like the state has told us that we have to find ways to do these developments without a ton of parking. And I'm going to submit that make your neighborhoods walkable, make it easy to get around without cars, reduce VMT for projects, which, by the way, that wasn't a requirement for here, but it was within 500 feet of the train station that we don't have to reduce vehicle miles traveled as part of this project. It's really, and then I think what we've learned since this project was approved in May of 2020 in the onset of the pandemic, that parks are important, public spaces were important, green spaces were important. 20% of this park space is going to be dedicated to parking. There is no ratio anywhere close to any park in Camarillo. You'll get PV soccer fields, it's about 11%, and we know the demand that generates. There is no parking. Most of them are single digits because people don't drive to neighborhood parking lots. I'll get back to what Councilman Kilday's comments about the cemetery. Think about it. This park was so needed back in the 40s, the only option was to put it on a cemetery. That need hasn't gone away. What has happened is this neighborhood has been chopped up by freeways and off-ramps, and it makes it harder and harder for the residents this park was built to, and it's the Berry Street residents that we're talking about. That park was built for them. And the freeway certainly divided that. I would say take that money that we could have saved from building a parking lot and use it to make the neighborhood more accessible for bikes and pedestrian, because it isn't now. Or maybe perhaps look at the courthouse, the existing parking lot. It's not even striped, it's not even landscaped, it's not even signed, it's not properly lighted. If we're going to look on parking in Old Town, let's go there. That's an appropriate spot. I don't think a neighborhood park is appropriate for 24 parking spots. And I'll just say this quickly. The chamber was there before, and I know public comments said we need parking. The chamber generated a lot of parking when it was there. It's not there anymore.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? No? Okay, and with that, I am going to close. Oh, here comes somebody. It's okay, please state your name.
My name is James Wizard. I live on Glen Drive, moved in there in 2021, so it was a little bit like towards the end of the design review process, but wanted to pile on to what you were saying about the parking. I think it's ridiculous that there is that much of the park devoted to it. I would much rather have that devoted to green space, have native plants there rather than just asphalt. There are, like the gentleman mentioned, there's the train station right there. There's parking right across the street next to the Lewis building. When you build parking lots or add lanes to a highway, it's like build it and they will come. Like studies have shown, like time and time again, like when you add like a lane to like a freeway, it doesn't help congestion at all. It's the same thing with parking. So I would much rather have our resources devoted to making more walkable, making more bikeable. If like any of you have ever tried to ride a bike on the dedicated bike path through Old Town, it is freaking horrendous. It is very rough. It is dangerous. You're constantly going through crosswalks. And quite frankly, I don't want to ride my bike on it because it is so dangerous. So please encourage people to do the right thing, walk or ride their bike to the community park, which again is supposed to be for the community. So please, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion.
Madam Mayor, would you, perhaps maybe a staff member can come, so we had a lot of discussion about the parking. Perhaps a staff member come up and kind of explain the reasons why we landed on the 24, if that's permissible.
So I can speak to that. And I just would like to reiterate that this concept plan had been through multiple community outreach meetings, both for and against more parking. So I would like to add that this has been approved at the Planning Commission and City Council, and really we're maintaining that level. And part of that reason for adding that additional, those additional parking spaces was the addition of the band shell. And we understand that, as we've seen with Constitution Park, during these special events, it does generate more trips, and those events will require that parking. So that's part of that background on why we decided to keep that parking. The accessibility aspect, having on-site parking, providing that dedicated space for someone with to accessibly access the park was important as well. So that's part of the background there.
Could you also talk a little bit about the several discussions through the years now that we've had about, how did we land on that amount of parking and the iterations that it's gone through and landing on that number?
Yeah, and maybe if I could just ask David to, because I know David's been involved since that concept review, and maybe if you want to speak further on that.
Sure, thank you. Basically, the number of spaces evolved from the depth of the park. And what's interesting is that since the concept plan, the Ventura Fire Department has required that we get a fire truck back to that band shell to fight fires. And then we need to provide a T at the end of that. So we need to provide that lane in a way that is not right against the fence, but is far enough away that they can get a T to turn their truck around at the end. So the result is that if we didn't have parking, we would have about 18 feet of green space cut off from the rest of the park by the fire lane. So it's the logic of the parking is primarily driven by the depth of the park and the fact that we need to get a lane in there anyway. And it's kind of a no-brainer to put parking on the south side of that lane.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that was identified several years ago about where we were going to potentially put that parking there.
Yes,
that was several years ago. We had discussions on that, and pretty much agreeable that that's where would be the best location in the park for that.
Yes, to maximize the park green space to the north and to keep the parking at the south edge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, where does that leave us? What is the will of the council?
I have another comment, if I will. I've spoken a lot, if you wouldn't mind.
Keep going.
We started talking about this in about 1998, and it started with the fire station here, what we're going to do with the fire station, what can we do with that? And there were several iterations, several proposals about reuse of the fire station. Finally, after several years, it was decided that we were going to go forward with a park here. Again, this was one of the very first parks ever built in Camarillo, if not the very first park here. And the whole idea was to try to get a really updated and significant park for a part of Camarillo that was underserved with parks, quite frankly. And it's taken a long time for us to get here, and it's taken a whole lot of money. And I think we've spent somewhere about 600 and I think some odd $1,000, and we haven't even shoveled any dirt yet on this. It's taken a long time. But I have to say, I think some things take a whole lot longer than what they should, but I think the end result is a really strong project here for that part of town, and something I think that a lot of us can be very happy with, and future residents that are going to be living down there too. So you've done a good job here. You know, my hope was that we'd have had this a long time before we did, but there's several reasons why. Nobody's to blame with this. It's taken a long time, but I think we're ready to go and make the next step, and I think this is really going to improve this part of the boulevard here. So my suggestion is that we approve this.
Any other comments?
No?
May I ask,
All right, so with that, I'll make a,
do these need to be
can
separate?
we-
Yeah.
can we do it separately, or can we do these in?
You can move staff's recommendations as listed on the agenda.
Okay, I'll do a move staff recommended suggestions for item 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. And that brings us to the end of our agenda, but we have closed session item to continue with, so we will be recessing into closed session.
And Mayor and Council, real quickly, I just wanted to note on one of the closed session items that Councilmember Kildee did not attend that due to a conflict. Thank you.
Thank you.